This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I started that morning feeling more confident than usual. I had a new contract to restore paintings in an old mansion in Albany. The owner planned to turn the mansion into a small private museum, and my job was to evaluate each piece to see if it was worth showing. When I arrived, I parked on a gravel driveway that led to a large wooden door. The house felt old. The wood panels on the exterior were worn, and the windows looked dusty from the outside. I knocked and waited for the owner to let me in. He greeted me politely and guided me through the hallway. Inside, the floors creaked with each step, and the air smelled stale. I saw old portraits, landscapes, and faded tapestries along the walls. Some of the pieces were covered in sheets to protect them from further damage. The owner led me up a narrow staircase to the attic, which he used as a storage space. There were crates, boxes, and various frames scattered around. He told me to take my time examining everything. I set down my toolkit and notebook, then started going through the paintings. Most were typical: family portraits, countryside scenes, still life pieces. I took notes on each one, rating their condition and potential value. After an hour, I came across a canvas leaning against a back wall, half hidden behind a crate. Dust covered its surface, and the frame looked weathered. I brushed some of the dust off with my gloved hand. The painting showed a woman in an old-fashioned gown. Her hair was partially covered by shadows, and her face was turned just enough so that you could see one of her eyes in the light. That eye seemed to stare straight at me. It was unsettling. The corners of her mouth were barely visible, and everything else was draped in darkness. I thought the artist might have tried to create a dramatic effect with heavy shading. I carried the painting into a better-lit area, placed it on an easel, and started cleaning off the outer layer of dust. The more I cleaned, the more I noticed the details in her eyes. They appeared sharp, as if the artist had spent extra time adding small lines and highlights. I felt a slight twinge in my stomach, like something about those eyes bothered me, but I didn't know what. I figured it was a trick of the lighting or the painting style. The owner came by to check on me. I asked him if he knew the painting's origin. He shrugged. He said he had no idea. It had been in the attic for decades, possibly longer. No label or signature was visible. He suggested I do a standard cleaning and restoration if I thought it was worth keeping. I agreed to look into it more deeply, but inside I felt uneasy. I tried to ignore that feeling and carried on. That afternoon, I set up my workstation in a side room with decent light. I began the basic cleaning process, removing surface grime and old varnish. As I made progress, I noticed something odd. The eye of the woman seemed more expressive than before, like it had shifted. I examined it closely, but the paint layers were consistent with an old piece. The iris had tiny variations in color that gave it depth. I concluded that the realism of the artist's technique might be playing tricks on my perception. Over the next few days, I returned to that side room each morning and worked on the painting for several hours. Each time, I felt as if the expression changed slightly. Sometimes the woman's eye looked filled with sorrow, other times almost angry. It was subtle. If someone else looked, they might not notice. But I did. I started feeling a heaviness in my chest whenever I was in the same room with the painting. The air felt stale, or maybe I was just uneasy. One evening, I stayed late. The mansion was quiet, and the owner had gone out. The halls were dim, with only a few lights on. I was scraping away old varnish residue from the painting's corner. Then I heard a faint creaking noise. I turned around, expecting to see someone. The door was open, the corridor beyond it empty. I shrugged it off, assuming the old building made noises. But a few minutes later, I heard a soft crackling sound, like wood shifting. I put down my tools and stepped away from the easel. My heartbeat quickened. I scanned the walls, looking for the source of the noise. That's when I thought I heard a gentle tapping from the direction of the painting. I stared at the canvas, feeling my pulse in my throat. I approached it slowly, shining a small flashlight at its surface. Nothing appeared out of place. Then the overhead lamp flickered. I felt my breath catch. The tapping sound stopped. I shook off the momentary panic and decided I needed a break. I packed up my materials for the night and left. The next day I spoke with the owner about the painting. He mentioned a rumor passed down in his family. It involved an ancestor who supposedly believed she had been trapped in a cursed artwork. He didn't know the details, just that there were stories of madness and obsession around a painting. He found it fascinating, but admitted it could just be an old legend. That didn't exactly calm my nerves. Despite my unease, I had a job to do. I continued cleaning and restoring the painting. I repaired small tears, filled in paint loss, and added gentle touches of retouching color to blend the damaged areas. Each time I worked on the face, I sensed the eye following me. My shoulders felt tight, and I often caught myself clenching my jaw. I started to rush the process, wanting to finish as soon as possible. One afternoon, I heard a strange series of pops from the wooden frame. It sounded like the wood was flexing. I checked the corners and joints, but nothing seemed broken or loose. Then I felt a slight draft, which was odd because there were no open windows in that part of the mansion. The air around me felt colder, and I rubbed my arms. I tried to focus on my tasks. As soon as I stood up to grab a different brush, I swore I saw the woman's head angle slightly, as though she were turning to watch me go. My heart pounded, and I nearly dropped the brush. I stepped back, blinking hard, then looked again. The painting looked the same as always. A few nights later, I had a dream about the painting. In the dream, the woman's face was fully visible, and she was staring at me with a pleading expression. I woke up drenched in sweat, my mind racing. The next morning, I debated telling the owner I wanted to stop working on it, but I had a professional reputation to maintain. I told myself I was just stressed, that it was all in my head. On what turned out to be the final day of the restoration, I was applying a fresh layer of varnish to seal everything. The room was quiet, except for the soft humming of a portable fan I had brought. I dipped my brush and carefully coated the painting's surface, moving methodically from top to bottom. My breathing was steady, and I tried to keep my hands from shaking. That's when I heard a soft sigh. It was so quiet that I almost missed it, but it was there. I froze, brush in midair. The small hairs on my arms stood up. My pulse sped up, and I felt sweat forming on my forehead. I looked directly at the painting. The woman's face, now fully cleaned and restored, seemed different. I stared at the eye. There was a look of profound sadness. Then, for just a split second, I thought I saw the faintest movement in her lips, like she might speak. A wave of dread washed over me, and I backed away, nearly knocking over a table of supplies. I blinked a few times, then looked again. The face was still, the mouth closed, but now the colors of the painting seemed duller, like some of the life had drained out. I stood there, heart pounding, unsure what to do. Finally, I pushed aside my fear and finished applying the varnish. My hands trembled the whole time. Once I completed that final coat, I took a step back. The painting looked lifeless, as though something had left it. I felt both relieved and uneasy. I informed the owner that I had finished. I advised him to keep the painting stored away from the main exhibit, explaining that it might unsettle visitors. He raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. He must have seen how pale I looked. We moved it to a small, secured room in another part of the house, where it would be locked up. As we set it down, I still felt the lingering tension in my chest. After I left that day, I found myself glancing over my shoulder while walking to my car, half expecting to see that single piercing eye at a window. I haven't returned to that mansion since. I turned in my report, and the owner paid me for my work. In a brief follow-up phone call, he said the painting remains in storage, locked in a corner room, with no plans to display it. I didn't argue. I have no intention of seeing it again. Sometimes, late at night, I recall that last moment in the restoration process, the quiet sigh, the change in color, and the feeling that the woman in the painting was no longer there. It still makes my spine tingle. Now, whenever I'm hired for restoration work, I think about that painting in Albany. If I ever come across another piece that gives me the same uneasy feeling, I'll probably turn it down. I can't prove anything strange happened. I can only state what I saw and heard, but I know I felt a presence in that room. I know the painting changed in ways I can't explain. That's enough to make me cautious. I'd rather not go through that tension again. It was too real, too unsettling, and I still remember those eyes as if they were alive. I never thought a routine maintenance job could leave me feeling so uneasy. My name is Wyatt, and I work for a telecommunications company in Pittsburgh. My supervisor assigned me to check a set of cables in one of the lesser-used service tunnels downtown. I'd been in plenty of tunnels before, but usually they were either well-traveled or part of a newer system. This one was different. It was old, tucked behind a hidden access door in the basement of a building that used to be a factory. Nobody gave me a detailed warning, just a set of instructions about which cables to inspect. When I arrived at the building, I parked in a small lot behind it. The place looked abandoned. There were boarded-up windows on the upper floors and graffiti on the side walls. I found a metal door with a faded sign that read, "Authorized personnel only." I tried the key I'd been given, and it worked. Inside, there was a narrow hallway leading to a locked gate. Beyond that gate, I expected to find a corridor that descended into the older service tunnels. The gate creaked loudly when I pushed it open. I used the flashlight on my phone to see where I was going, but the battery was already low. I carried a heavier flashlight in my tool bag, so I switched to that. The corridor had concrete walls with cracks running down their length. The air felt stale and damp. I walked carefully, noticing puddles and slick spots on the floor. There were pipes overhead, some with rust. A few dripped water in steady intervals, creating small echoes that seemed louder than they should. After a few minutes, I came to a larger chamber where the city's old utility lines converged. Thick cables snaked along the walls and across the ceiling. I had a printed diagram showing which lines belonged to my company, so I followed them along the wall. I checked the insulation and the connection points, which were in decent shape. I made a few notes on my clipboard, then proceeded deeper, toward an even older section. The map showed that some lines continued through a narrow passage that wasn't used much anymore. That passage was sealed by a rusty metal door. The paint had peeled away, and the surface felt rough to the touch. The handle was stiff, but eventually I got it open. I stepped through, shining my flashlight around. This part of the tunnel was dark, and a musty smell hit me. The walls were marked with odd scratches, like something had scraped them with metal tools or claws. I paused and ran my fingertips over a cluster of scratches. They were deep enough to expose the rough concrete underneath. My stomach tightened. It didn't look like simple wear or vandalism. It looked more deliberate. I shook off my nerves and kept going. The concrete floor sloped downward. The only sounds were my breathing and the steady drop of water somewhere behind me. A few times I thought I heard something like footsteps echoing, but every time I stopped to listen, the noise vanished. My heart rate stayed elevated, and I tried to focus on the job. I followed the cables until I came to an intersection with a junction box. I knelt down, opened the box, and checked the wiring. While I was working, my radio hissed with static. I tried to call the dispatch center, but the signal was weak, and all I got was static. It was unusual to lose contact completely, but maybe the tunnel walls were blocking the reception. After several tries, I gave up on the radio and continued my inspection. About 20 minutes in, I had to move further along a corridor that looked even less maintained. The walls were streaked with what might have been mold or algae. My flashlight beam revealed more scratches. Some were high on the walls, beyond what I could reach without a ladder. I started feeling a tightness in my chest, a sense that I shouldn't be there alone. I forced myself to keep going. My instructions said there was a second metal door that led to a final section with old lines we still used. When I found that door, I noticed it was badly rusted, almost fused to the frame. I tried turning the handle, but it wouldn't budge. I put my shoulder into it. That's when I heard a scraping sound from the other side, like something dragged across the metal. I froze, heart pounding. My first thought was that there might be someone in there, maybe a squatter or someone who used the tunnels for shelter. I called out, "Hello?" but got no response. The scraping stopped. The silence weighed on me. I took a step back, deciding maybe I'd skip this part. The door was locked, and I couldn't force it open if someone was barricading it from the other side. I also didn't have a strong reason to enter. The cables might be accessible from another route. So I turned around to head back the way I came. That's when my flashlight flickered. My stomach dropped. I slapped it a couple of times and the beam steadied. As I made my way back, I felt an overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone. My ears were trying to pick up any sound of movement behind me. At one point, I thought I saw a shape at the edge of my flashlight beam, but it disappeared so fast I couldn't be sure. My steps grew quicker. A shiver ran through me, and I realized my palms were sweaty. Rounding a corner, I nearly slipped on a patch of wet floor. My flashlight beam swung wildly across the walls, and for a second, I glimpsed something at the far end of the corridor. It moved in a slow, crawling motion along the concrete, arms or legs elongated in a strange way. It was low to the ground, but not on all fours like a regular animal. My breath caught in my throat and I froze. I tried to focus the light on it, but the beam wavered. By the time I steadied my hand, it was gone. My heart pounded and my mouth went dry. My thoughts raced, and I felt a wave of panic, but I told myself I had to keep moving. I quickened my pace. The tunnel seemed longer on the return. Every drip of water or echo of my footsteps made me jump. My shoulders were tense, and I kept glancing behind me. Each time the beam showed only damp walls and a lonely corridor. After what felt like an eternity, I spotted the door that led back to the main utility chamber. I rushed forward, yanked it open, and stumbled through. I slammed it shut behind me, feeling relief wash over me. The main area felt almost welcoming by comparison. I wasted no time. I hurried through the corridors, back to the gate, then back up the hallway toward the exit. The old building's basement corridor seemed like a safe zone compared to what I'd just experienced. I could breathe a little easier. Once I stepped outside, I felt the cool air on my face. I took a moment to compose myself. My hands were shaking, so I gripped the handle of my flashlight to keep them steady. Back at the office, I tried to report what happened to my supervisor. I didn't mention the crawling shape in detail, just that I saw something or someone down there, and that I didn't feel safe. He gave me a weary look and told me that section of the tunnels had a reputation. He said a few people over the years claimed to see odd things there, but the city never found anything conclusive. He told me not to speak about it too openly, because it could cause trouble with local officials or property owners. Then he reassigned me to a different section of the city, effectively telling me to drop the subject. Over the next few days, I struggled with sleep. I kept picturing those scratch marks on the wall and hearing the scraping sound behind that rusted door. The memory of that shape crawling away flashed in my mind whenever I turned off the lights at home. Sometimes I'd wake up covered in sweat, convinced I could hear that scraping noise in my apartment hallway. My rational mind told me it was just my imagination, but I couldn't shake the tension in my body. One afternoon, I picked up a local newspaper. There was a small article mentioning workers who had reported shadowy figures in some older tunnels, but it gave no details. It was just a brief note, quoting an anonymous source. It didn't say anything about the shapes or the scratches. I felt a chill reading it. I knew I wasn't the only one who'd seen something. I wondered how many others had walked away with the same dread. Now I avoid talking about the tunnels with anyone at work. They treat it like a taboo topic. Sometimes I catch a coworker throwing me a glance like they want to ask about it, but then they look away. I've considered asking around in secret, but part of me doesn't want to know. I don't want to run into that creature again, or anything else that might live down there. I still work for the company, but I stay in areas with normal foot traffic, new conduits, and well-lit corridors. I keep a better flashlight, extra batteries, and a more reliable radio. Yet whenever I'm near an older part of the system, I feel my nerves tighten. I can't forget the way my gut twisted when I saw those scratches, or the shape rounding the corner. I don't think it was human, and I don't have an explanation. Some nights, I dream about being back in that tunnel, the walls pressing in, the flashlight flickering. I've come to accept that I might never know what really lurks down there. The city's underground network is extensive, full of maintenance shafts, drainage areas, and old compartments that haven't been visited in years. The memory of that day still clings to me. I remember the smell of wet concrete, the squeak of my boots on the floor, and the moment I glimpsed that crawling figure. I can replay it in my mind any time, but I don't want to. It leaves me tense for hours afterward. I hope I never get sent back there. If I see that job number in my schedule, I'll probably refuse. It's not worth the stress. Whatever is in that tunnel can stay there. I don't want to bring it to light or provoke it. People can call me paranoid if they like. I'm content knowing I got out. All I want now is to keep that experience buried in my past. But it still shows up in my dreams, and whenever I hear the drip of water in a silent hallway, I'm reminded of those echoes in the dark depths of Pittsburgh's hidden tunnels. I arrived in Manchester by the Sea on a Thursday afternoon. I drove in from Boston looking for a quiet spot along the coast to take photos of the sunset. I had heard about a place called Cliffside Cove, a small beach near a steep cliff that offered dramatic views of the ocean. A friend told me the hike down was tricky, but the shots would be worth it. I parked my car near a dirt path that led toward the water. A faded wooden sign said, "Cliffside Cove, use caution." I packed my camera, tripod, and a bottle of water into a backpack and followed the path. At first it sloped gently. Then it became narrower and descended along the rocky edge. I moved slowly, keeping an eye on my footing. Loose gravel rolled under my boots. The air smelled of salt and seaweed. A gentle breeze rattled the nearby shrubs. After 10 minutes, I reached an area where the beach met the cliff. I had a clear view of the ocean now. The waves crashed against the rocks, sending sprays of foam into the air. I felt a rush of excitement because I knew I could get some unique shots here. I set up my tripod on a flat section of rock. The sun was inching toward the horizon, creating a warm glow over the water. I snapped a few test shots, adjusted my camera settings, and waited for the light to get richer. That's when I noticed someone sitting close to the cliff's edge, a short distance away. My first instinct was to say hello, but I hesitated. The figure appeared to be a woman in a white dress. She sat very still, her hair flowing past her shoulders. I found it odd that she'd be dressed like that in such a rugged spot. I couldn't see her face clearly from where I stood. I decided to focus on my photography. I captured a few shots of the cliff and the water, occasionally checking on the woman. At one point, I lowered my camera and realized she was gone. She hadn't stood up or walked away. I just couldn't see her there anymore. I felt a jolt of confusion. The area was wide open, so how did she disappear that quickly? I scanned the rocks and the beach, but there was no sign of her. I waited, thinking maybe she'd just moved behind a larger rock formation, but there was nothing. I packed my gear and walked carefully to where I had seen her. I found nothing except a small piece of fabric snagged on a rock. It was a thin, sheer veil with a slight discoloration, like it had been in the elements for a while. I touched it. The material was damp from the ocean spray. I felt a surge of unease, wondering if it belonged to that woman. Why would she leave it? I laid it down gently, worried about disturbing something that might be personal. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the sky turned pink and orange. I decided I had enough photos for the day. My mind lingered on the woman's sudden disappearance. The climb back up was tiring, and my legs burned by the time I reached my car. As I loaded my gear into the trunk, I saw an older local resident walking by. I stopped him and asked if he knew anything about Cliffside Cove. He gave me a curious look and then said, "Folks around here say a bride died there years ago, right before her wedding. Fell from the cliff. Some claim to see her ghost." I felt a chill creep along my arms. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd stumbled onto something I couldn't explain. I went back to the cove, this time earlier in the afternoon. The tide was lower, revealing more of the rocky shore. I wandered the area, looking for any clues. I found nothing except scattered seaweed and a few broken shells. Eventually, I climbed the cliffside a bit to get a higher vantage point for photos. The wind whipped my hair around, and I tasted salt on my lips. I set up another round of shots, hoping to catch some dramatic waves. As the light dimmed, I switched to a longer exposure setting, letting the camera capture more detail of the moving water. Then, through my viewfinder, I noticed a faint shape near the edge of my frame, someone standing close to the drop-off. I snapped a shot, then lifted my head to see with my own eyes. It was that same woman. She appeared motionless, wearing what looked like a white gown or dress. I shouted, asking if she was okay. No response. I felt an uneasy twist in my stomach, because the cliff edge was dangerous and she stood too close. I hurried to gather my tripod, but by the time I looked again, she was gone. My heart pounded as I scrambled over the rocks to reach that spot. I worried she might have fallen, but there was no one there, and the drop led straight down to jagged rocks and crashing waves. I shouted again, hearing only the echo of my own voice. Then I smelled something unusual, like a faint mix of flowers and salt air. It felt out of place. Shivering slightly, I moved back to my camera. I reviewed the shots on the digital screen. One photo showed a blurred figure, almost translucent, near the edge. The shape suggested a woman with a veil, but her features were impossible to make out. I stood there, my heart racing, struggling to think straight. I wondered if I should call someone, but who? And what would I report? A possible apparition? It sounded absurd. Instead, I packed up quickly and returned to my car. That night, I stayed in a small motel on the outskirts of town. I couldn't stop replaying that moment in my head. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured the blurred figure. I felt a mixture of fear and curiosity. The next morning, I spoke with a few residents at a local cafe. One woman claimed to have heard the story of a young bride who died many decades ago. She insisted the woman's spirit lingered at Cliffside Cove, appearing occasionally around sunset. Some people in the cafe brushed it off as a local legend. Others seemed hesitant to talk about it. I listened quietly, keeping my own experience private. On my final night in Manchester by the Sea, I decided to brave the cove once more. I arrived just before sundown and set up my camera at a different angle, looking across the cliff face. My hands shook slightly while I adjusted the tripod. The temperature was dropping, and a cool wind blew in from the water. I waited, breathing slowly, scanning the area. The waves pounded the rocks below, sending mist into the air. As the sky darkened, I saw a faint outline forming near the cliff's edge. My chest tightened. I raised my camera, setting it to a long exposure again. I clicked the shutter, watching the scene for any movement. The figure looked like the same woman, her outline flickering in the shifting light. I heard a distant sound, almost like a sigh or a faint cry. My body tensed, and I felt goosebumps on my arms. The figure seemed to turn slightly toward me, though I couldn't see a face clearly. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my ears. In a sudden flash, the figure disappeared, like a light switching off. I rushed over, careful not to get too close to the edge. The cliff dropped straight down, and the sound of the ocean roared up at me. There was nothing there. I aimed my flashlight around. The beam caught the reflection of something white snagged on a jagged rock. It looked like a torn piece of fabric, flapping in the wind. My stomach twisted. I decided I'd had enough. I carefully backed away and grabbed my gear. That night, back at the motel, I connected my camera to my laptop and reviewed the photos. In one of the shots, I saw a distinct silhouette of a woman wearing what appeared to be a veil. The figure was semi-transparent, and the background of the ocean and cliff was visible through her form. My hands shook as I stared at the screen. I had taken countless photos of nature and landscapes before, but never anything like this. It felt unsettling to have proof of something I couldn't explain. I saved the image on a flash drive. Then I erased it from my camera's memory card, feeling a strange need to hide it. The next day I checked out of my motel and drove back to Boston. On the way I kept glancing at the road, half expecting to see the bride appear in front of me. My mind felt heavy, replaying every detail of the past few days. Since then, I haven't shown the photo publicly. A few close friends asked about my trip, and I only told them I got some beautiful shots of the ocean. I kept the ghost story to myself, unsure how anyone would react. Occasionally, I open the file on my laptop to reassure myself that I didn't imagine it. Each time, my heart beats faster, and I feel that same chilling tension creep up my spine. I still get nightmares every now and then, dreaming of a woman in white at the edge of a cliff, turning her head to look at me. I wake up with the sound of the ocean crashing in my ears, my pulse racing. I can't forget the scent of flowers mingled with salt air, or the image of that veil snagged on the rocks. I've considered going back to Cliffside Cove to see if I can find answers, but I'm not sure I have the courage. The memory of that figure disappearing into thin air still sends a wave of dread through me. Some people might call it a ghost. Others might say it was a trick of light. I only know what I saw. And I know that photo on my computer isn't a regular shot of an ocean view. It has that shape, distinct enough to see the outline of a veil. It's a reminder of the tension I felt in those moments, the rush of adrenaline, and the unexplainable silence that settled over the cliff whenever she appeared. That's my story of Cliffside Cove. I don't plan to share it widely, but if you ask me why I don't go searching for sunsets there anymore, now you know. I'd rather not stand alone on those rocks again, waiting to see that figure vanish in front of me. I heard rumors about an abandoned mansion on the outskirts of the campus in Athens, Georgia. People said it was old, that it had a strange layout, and that no one had lived there for decades. I needed photos for a history project on local architecture, so I decided to check it out. I didn't tell many people because I assumed most would call me reckless. But I'm a history major, and the possibility of discovering something unique excited me. When I reached the property, the front gate was rusty and hung slightly off its hinges. Weeds and vines wrapped around the metal bars. I pushed it open with a loud squeak. The yard was overgrown, with thick grass and random patches of dried leaves. The mansion stood at the end of a short, broken driveway. It had 2 floors and a large porch, but the windows were dusty and some were boarded up. A few pieces of old furniture, like worn-out chairs, rested against the porch rails. The paint on the exterior was peeling, revealing patches of gray wood underneath. I walked up the creaking steps of the porch. The main door was unlocked. It looked sturdy, but had a crack near the frame. I turned the doorknob, and it opened with a loud scrape. Inside, the house smelled of must and old wood. Dust floated in the weak light that came through the windows. Cobwebs clung to the corners of the hallway. The floor was covered in dirt and debris, and each step made the boards groan. I headed through the first few rooms, taking pictures of the old molding and the ornate door frames. Some of the doors were missing, leaving open archways. Others were half off their hinges, leaning crookedly. The walls were stained with water damage, and the ceilings had cracks. Some rooms still had remnants of old wallpaper, peeling in long strips. Everywhere I looked, I saw evidence of neglect. I was alone, but the house seemed to breathe softly with each shift of the timber. Eventually, I reached a long corridor at the back of the first floor. It looked narrower and darker than the rest of the house. At the end of the hall, I saw a thick, dark wooden door. It stood out because it was closed and secured with a rusty padlock. My heart picked up speed. I wondered what might be behind it. I rattled the handle a bit, but it wouldn't move. The padlock was old and covered in red-brown rust. I pressed my ear to the door. At first, I only heard my own breathing. Then, faintly, there were these rhythmic thumping sounds. They were soft, distant, but definitely coming from somewhere behind that door. It made me uneasy, but I shrugged it off as possibly old pipes or maybe an animal stuck behind the walls. I still wanted to see what was in there. I tried to pull the lock or wedge it open, but it wouldn't budge. I decided to come back another time with some tools. I took a few photos of the door, noting the detail of the wood grain and the heavy hinges. Then I left the mansion. I returned a week later, on a Saturday morning. This time, I brought an alicate, some small pry bars, and a flashlight with fresh batteries. I retraced my steps through the dim entrance hall and down the corridor. The door looked exactly the same, the padlock intact. I felt a slight tremor of excitement as I crouched to examine the lock. It was fragile, so I started cutting at the chain that held it. The metal snapped, and I dropped the broken lock to the floor. It clanged loudly, making me flinch in the silence. I tried to push the door open, but it wouldn't move at first, as though something on the other side held it shut. I leaned my shoulder against it and tried again. Suddenly, it gave way with a loud creak, swinging inward on its own. It felt like a rush of air blew past me, but the corridor had no windows or vents. I stepped inside cautiously, shining my flashlight around. It was a small room, empty except for something hanging from the ceiling. It looked like a homemade mobile, constructed of old keys tied to thin wires. They dangled at different lengths, swaying slightly. The keys clinked against each other, producing a light metallic sound. I stood there, confused. Why would anyone hang this strange display of keys in a locked room? The walls were bare, no furniture or shelves. The floor was dusty, except for a few scattered footprints that didn't look recent. I tried to make sense of it, moving the flashlight around. That's when the door behind me slammed shut with a force that rattled the walls. I jumped, my heart pounding. I rushed back to the door and pulled on the knob. It felt locked again, like it had jammed. I yanked harder, but it refused to budge. Panic rose in my chest. I banged on the door, shouting, but my voice echoed back at me. The house seemed deserted, so I doubted anyone could hear me. I spun around, shining the flashlight at the key mobile. The keys were moving more now, rattling together, as though a gust of wind had passed through. But there were no windows, no airflow. My pulse hammered in my ears, and my palms felt clammy. I walked around the room, pressing on the walls, looking for any other exit. I found none. The wallpaper was peeling in one corner, revealing chipped plaster. In another spot, the wall felt hollow, but I had no tools to bust through. The entire time, those keys kept tinkling gently, shifting in small arcs. The only source of light was my flashlight, which I tried not to drop. After what felt like minutes, maybe longer, the rattling of the keys stopped. The room grew silent. Even my breathing sounded too loud. Then, faintly, I heard that same rhythmic thumping I'd heard through the door days before. Except this time, it was louder. It echoed through the walls, as if moving closer. My skin broke out in goosebumps. I banged on the door again, desperation kicking in. "Let me out," I shouted, though I wasn't sure who I was even addressing. Suddenly, the thumping ceased. The silence returned. I stood there, paralyzed, listening. Then, without warning, the door clicked. I grabbed the knob and felt it turn under my hand. The door opened a crack, and I pulled it wide. My flashlight beam spilled into the hallway. The corridor looked the same as before, but I swear the air smelled colder. I didn't hesitate. I stepped into the hallway and slammed the door shut behind me. My heart was racing. I tried to calm myself, but my body shook with adrenaline. I hurried out of the mansion without looking back. I didn't even pause to see if the door remained shut. Once outside, I sucked in the fresh air and realized how badly I was sweating. I felt grimy and unsettled. I went home and tried to focus on normal activities, but I couldn't push the experience out of my mind. The locked room, that strange key mobile, the door slamming and locking on its own, it all felt impossible to explain. After a couple of weeks, I told a few friends about it. Most of them were skeptical, but 2 classmates volunteered to return with me to check it out. They wanted to see the mobile of keys for themselves. I agreed, hoping a group presence might chase away the eerie feeling. We went back on a Sunday afternoon. The sky was cloudy, and the wind rustled the trees in the yard. We entered the mansion, stepping over broken debris. Everything looked as before until we reached that corridor. At the end, we didn't see a door. There was just a bricked-up archway, covered with aged plaster. My friends were confused. I was stunned. I walked up and touched the wall. It felt solid. There was no indication of a door or a frame. My mind reeled. I'd been there, in that room, just weeks ago. I insisted we check around, see if we were in the correct hallway. The corridor layout matched my memory exactly, but the heavy wooden door was gone. I showed them photos on my phone of the corridor, with the locked door at the end. They compared them to what we were seeing. It didn't make sense. My stomach felt tight, and I could hardly speak. We spent a while knocking on walls, hoping to find a hidden seam. But the surface was solid and continuous. My friends grew nervous, and one of them suggested we leave. I agreed. Before we left, I asked them to help me search the mansion for that wooden door. We checked a few other hallways, the second floor, even the basement, but found nothing resembling the locked door. Eventually, we gave up. As we headed out, I walked back to the main entrance, feeling lightheaded. Over the next few days, I tried to track down the property owner. I wanted an explanation. All I got were dead ends. The county records showed the house changed hands several times, but no one kept it for long. Maintenance had been abandoned years ago. No official renovations were listed, especially not in the last month, which ruled out the idea that someone bricked it up overnight. I still have the photos on my phone, the hallway, the locked door, the padlock on the floor. I even have a picture of that chain once I snapped it off. When I show people, they either think it's a prank or they get spooked. I don't have a logical answer. I remember the sound of those keys clinking together in the stillness of that small room, and I remember the moment the door slammed behind me, trapping me inside. I haven't gone back since. Some nights I think about it and feel a rush of anxiety. I wonder if that room still exists behind the new wall, or if it's gone entirely. Did something or someone seal it off to hide the key mobile or whatever else was in there? I might never find out. All I know is that the experience changed how I feel about exploring abandoned places. I still love old architecture, but now I'm more cautious. That house in Athens remains a mystery I can't solve, and the locked door is a memory that surfaces whenever I pass by the campus outskirts. I carry those unsettling images in my mind, the thumping noise, the floating keys, the sudden slam of the door behind me, and the cold, empty hallway where a door should have been. I moved to Santa Fe for work and found an apartment in an older building downtown. The place had character, thick adobe walls, a courtyard, and wooden beams in the ceilings. The landlord told me it was a historic property, with a long background in the city. At first, I liked the charm. The rent was decent, and my unit had a small loft area that led to a crawl-space attic. I didn't think much about it beyond noting that I had extra storage space if I needed it. In my first week, I noticed a faint dripping sound in the late evening. It started around 11 p.m. and continued for about an hour, then stopped. It didn't sound like a typical leak from a faucet. Instead, it had an irregular rhythm, like slow droplets hitting a surface. I looked around the kitchen and bathroom but found no leaks. The ceiling showed no stains. I shrugged it off as old pipes or settling noises. Over the next few days, I kept hearing it. It would start at roughly the same time and then fade away. I contacted the landlord, who said they'd send someone to check, but nobody came. After a while, I decided to see for myself. One night, the dripping got louder, as if the drops were hitting something hollow above me. I remembered the attic space and thought maybe water was pooling up there. So I pulled down the retractable ladder in the hallway ceiling and climbed up. The attic was cramped, with dusty wooden boards and a few old boxes. It smelled stale, like a mix of mold and forgotten things. My flashlight beam revealed cobwebs in the corners and a couple of scattered items. I saw a few dark spots on the boards, as though liquid had dripped there repeatedly. I knelt down and felt the wood. It was slightly damp in places, but I didn't see active water. Then, out of nowhere, I felt a warm drop hit my shoulder. I flinched and aimed the flashlight upward. Nothing was visible, just more rafters and dust. But when I touched my shoulder, my fingers came away moist. It wasn't cold like normal water, more like body temperature liquid. That made me uncomfortable. I followed the beams with my flashlight until I noticed a small door at the far end of the attic. It looked about 2 feet high and was set into the wall. The paint was chipping and the knob was rusty. My heart thumped as I stepped carefully between the beams to reach it. I tried the knob, but it wouldn't turn. I gave it a slight tug, still stuck. I decided I'd leave it alone for the moment. The dripping had quieted, so I climbed down and closed the attic hatch, feeling uneasy. A few days passed, and I tried not to think about it, but each night I heard the same dripping. At times it grew louder, echoing in the stillness of the apartment. My sleep suffered. I'd wake up at odd hours, straining to identify the sound. Eventually I told my neighbor about it. She gave me a concerned look and mentioned that the previous tenants were into weird stuff, but didn't elaborate. I asked for details, but she just shrugged. I grew more curious about that door in the attic. On a Saturday, I decided to force it open. I brought a small crowbar, a screwdriver, and a better flashlight. I climbed up, coughed at the dust, and approached the door. I wedged the crowbar into the gap and pried. The wood groaned, and the old paint cracked. Finally, the latch gave way. I pulled the door open and shone my flashlight inside. It was a tiny space, maybe 3 feet deep. The walls inside were rough. In the center was a small clay figure about the size of a doll, placed on a cloth-covered wooden box. The figure had no eyes, just empty sockets, and the clay around the head was cracked. A few dark stains covered its body, especially around the top, as if something had dried there. I leaned closer, and a faint whiff of iron hit my nose like dried blood. My stomach turned. I lifted the cloth under the doll and saw more suspicious stains. The whole area felt damp, and the smell was stronger. A shiver ran through me. I backed out of the space, trying to gather my thoughts. Was this some sort of ritual object? Did someone store it here for years? My heart pounded, and my palms were sweaty. I realized the dripping sound might be connected to this. It made no sense, but the area around the figure felt clammy. I wanted to get rid of it, but something about it unnerved me. I snapped a few photos on my phone to show the landlord later. Then I closed the small door, wedging it shut again. That evening, the dripping returned, louder than ever. It sounded like it was directly above me. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling dread. I imagined the clay figure seeping some thick liquid into the boards. Around midnight, I heard a faint whisper or hiss, like a draft passing through a narrow space. My skin prickled. I turned on the lights and paced the apartment, uncertain of what I was dealing with. I thought about calling a friend, but it was late, and I didn't want to seem paranoid. The next morning, I took my phone to the landlord's office, intending to show them the pictures. The landlord wasn't there, so I left a note with the receptionist. Days went by without a response. In the meantime, I kept hearing the dripping. Sometimes I'd see small drops of liquid on the attic floor, though I never discovered a direct source. Each time, it felt warm to the touch, and it dried quickly, leaving a faint, dark residue. The tension got to me. I started losing focus at work. I snapped at coworkers, couldn't sleep well, and felt a creeping sense of unease in my own home. One evening, after a particularly loud dripping session, I decided I was done. I went back up, opened the small door again, and grabbed the clay figure. It felt cold and rough against my skin. Up close, the cracks around the face revealed a hollow interior. A few more dark flakes fell from inside it. I was almost gagging, convinced now that it was dried blood. I placed the figure in a plastic bag, sealed it, and brought it downstairs to the lobby. The night security guard was there. I told him I found something unsettling in my attic. He gave me a puzzled look but took the bag. He peered in and grimaced. Then he said he'd hand it off to the landlord in the morning. I mumbled thanks and went back upstairs, feeling a mix of relief and lingering fear. That night I lay in bed waiting for the dripping, but it never came. The apartment was strangely silent. For a moment I thought it was over. I closed my eyes, let out a breath, and drifted off. But around 2 a.m., I heard a sharp clatter in the attic, like something heavy had fallen. Then the light in my bedroom flickered. My chest tightened. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and crept into the hall. The attic ladder was shut, but I could still hear faint noises above me, scraping and soft shuffling. I stood there, debating whether to climb up. My stomach churned. I took a deep breath and decided I'd wait until morning. I locked my bedroom door, got under the covers, and tried to tune out the faint sounds. Eventually, they stopped. I fell asleep, unsettled. In the morning, the landlord's receptionist called and told me they had disposed of the clay figure. I felt a wave of relief, hoping that meant the issue would end. But that very night, as I sat on my couch reading, I heard a steady drip begin again. I froze, staring at the ceiling. My body tensed with frustration and fear. How could this be happening without the figure still in the attic? I climbed back up the ladder. The small door was still wedged shut, but fresh drops of liquid appeared on the boards. I checked inside the door just to confirm the figure was gone. Indeed, it was empty. A few pieces of broken clay remained, along with the stained cloth. My phone flashlight flickered, and the air felt icy. A draft brushed my neck. I spun around but saw only shadows. My stomach twisted, and I felt my hands shaking. I hurried out of the attic and shut the hatch. That weekend, I decided I couldn't stay there anymore. I started packing my things. I looked up short-term rentals and made arrangements to leave as soon as possible. The final straw came the night before I moved out. I was in bed, half asleep, when I heard a wet, splattering sound above me, followed by a drip on my pillow. I jerked upright, flicked on the bedside lamp, and saw a small red stain on the pillowcase. It looked fresh and smelled coppery. My pulse raced. I ran out of the bedroom, not bothering to inspect further. I slept on the couch with every light on. The next day, I finished loading my car and handed the keys to the landlord's office, explaining that I had urgent reasons to move. I didn't offer details. The receptionist didn't ask. I suspect they knew something about that place. Maybe they just wanted to avoid a scandal. I left with a tightness in my chest, still rattled by the memory of those warm droplets and that battered clay figure. Since then, I've settled into a new apartment. It's modern and lacks the charm of the old place, but it also lacks unexplained drips and hidden doors. I do catch myself waking at night, listening for that sound. But it's quiet now. Sometimes, I wonder if the new tenant experiences the same thing, or if the figure's removal changed something. I don't plan on checking. I'd rather leave it alone. I told a few close friends the story, but I kept certain details vague. Some believe I just had a plumbing issue or an overactive imagination. Others think it might have been some leftover occult object from the previous tenants. I don't have answers. I only know what I experienced, the warm droplets hitting my shoulder, the clay figure with a red-stained interior, and the steady drip each night. Those memories are enough to keep me cautious whenever I open an attic door or hear a strange noise above my ceiling. I'm glad I left that place behind, but a part of me still wonders if I left something unfinished. Maybe it's best that I did. I have no desire to go back and find out. Drove into Southern Oregon on a cool, overcast afternoon, looking for a quiet place to camp. I'd heard about a stretch of the Rogue River that was less crowded, with a stone bridge said to have been built early in the last century. The stories about it varied, but I was interested in the scenic views more than anything else. I arrived at a small clearing near the river around twilight. The water moved at a steady pace, and the air felt crisp. I set up my tent, put down my sleeping bag, and placed my small camping stool by the fire pit left by previous visitors. After collecting firewood from the surrounding area, I managed to get a small fire going. The evening light faded quickly, and soon the stars began to appear. I sat there with a notebook, jotting down details for my travel blog, how the air smelled slightly of damp pine, how the wind made the leaves rustle. I remember feeling comfortable, though a slight chill crept in as the temperature dropped. Around midnight, as I was lying on my back watching the sky, I heard a loud, piercing scream. It came from the direction of the bridge, which was about a 5-minute walk from my campsite. My heart jumped and my muscles tensed. I hadn't expected to hear anyone else out here. I grabbed my flashlight and stood, debating whether to check it out. The scream had a desperate edge that made me uneasy. Still, I decided I couldn't ignore it. I slipped on my jacket, picked up my flashlight, and followed the narrow path along the river toward the bridge. The stones were old and weathered, but the structure still looked solid. A low wall acted as a parapet on both sides. As I aimed the flashlight beam around, I caught a glimpse of a shape hunched over the railing. I thought it was a person about to jump, so I yelled, "Hey, are you okay?" My footsteps echoed as I hurried across the bridge. Within seconds, I reached the spot, but there was nobody there. Just a thin mist hanging above the water, glowing in the flashlight beam. My mouth went dry. I shone the light across the river, then up and down the road. There was no sign of anyone. I stood still for a moment, heart still pounding, trying to make sense of what I'd witnessed. Part of me wondered if it was a trick of the light or if someone had run off. The silence returned, except for the rush of water beneath the bridge. I walked to the other side, double-checking if anyone was hiding or if I might have missed them. Still nothing. I felt a wave of unease. The scream had been so sharp and real. I stayed a few more minutes, scanning the area, then decided to return to my campsite. I managed to fall asleep eventually, but I dreamt of distant cries and woke up multiple times in a sweat. The next morning, I packed a small breakfast and decided to explore the surroundings in daylight. I spoke with a couple of locals who were fishing upstream. I casually mentioned hearing something strange near the bridge during the night. They exchanged looks and told me about old rumors. Apparently, decades ago, a young man leaped from that bridge. They didn't know all the details, but the story was that he had been in some family conflict and decided to end his life. Ever since, a few people claimed to see a figure repeating the jump, accompanied by anguished sounds. I felt a chill on the back of my neck as they spoke. They advised me to be cautious if I stayed another night. Despite feeling uneasy, I was determined to photograph the area at dawn and dusk. The landscape had a certain rugged beauty, with the river cutting through the trees and the old stone bridge creating a dramatic focal point. I spent most of the afternoon taking pictures from different angles, focusing on how the light hit the stone arch. Eventually, I returned to my campsite for dinner. My mind kept drifting to the night before, and I questioned whether I wanted a repeat of that experience. By nightfall, I found myself near the bridge again. I wanted to get some shots of it under the moonlight with the river shimmering below. I had my tripod set up on the riverbank. The moon provided a faint glow, and I used a long exposure setting on my camera. Everything was quiet for a while. Then, shortly after midnight, I heard the scream again, loud, pained, echoing off the stone. My stomach clenched. My hands trembled as I grabbed my flashlight. I made my way onto the bridge, feeling my heart pound in my chest. This time, I saw a clear silhouette at the far edge, near the middle of the bridge. The figure faced me. The shape was that of a young man, but I couldn't see distinct features. I advanced slowly, calling out, "Are you hurt? Do you need help?" No reply came. I stepped closer and aimed the flashlight. The figure appeared to have empty eyes. For a moment, I froze in shock. My arms felt numb, and my breath caught in my throat. Before I could react further, he stepped backward, disappearing over the edge in a swift motion. A jolt of adrenaline shot through me. I dashed to the railing, peering down at the dark water. I heard nothing but the churning of the river. No splash, no second scream. My flashlight beam cut through the mist, but I saw only swirling water below. The moonlight gave a ghostly sheen to the scene. Panicked, I scrambled down the embankment, stumbling over loose rocks and wet ground. My heart raced, and my hands shook so much I nearly dropped my flashlight. I reached the river's edge, shining the light over the surface, looking for any sign of a person. All I found was calm water and a low fog drifting along the surface. My breathing was ragged. I waded a bit into the shallows, the cold water soaking my boots. I called out again, but my voice just echoed back. After a few frantic minutes, I realized there was no one to rescue. I felt shaky and confused. Was this some reenactment of a tragedy, or did I just witness a real person vanish? My mind struggled to process it. Eventually, I climbed back up to the bridge. My camera was still on the tripod at the riverbank, pointed at the structure. I decided to check if the camera had captured anything. With shaky fingers, I reviewed the shots. Most frames just showed the stone arch in dim moonlight, but in one image, I saw a vague, translucent figure at the edge, arms raised as if about to jump. The face was blurred, but seemed contorted in distress. My pulse pounded again. I felt a surge of panic, not understanding how any normal camera could catch that. I rushed back to my campsite, unable to handle another minute by the bridge. I zipped myself inside my tent, my thoughts racing. I sat there with my flashlight on, listening for more screams, though none came the rest of the night. I barely slept. My body was rigid with tension, and I kept seeing that figure's empty gaze in my head. By dawn, I was exhausted. I forced myself out of the tent, packed my gear, and moved slowly, my limbs heavy. I considered leaving immediately, but I wanted a few daylight shots to confirm the location. The morning sun was bright, cutting through the lingering mist. The bridge looked ordinary in the daylight, just old stone. I felt almost silly for being so terrified hours earlier. But then I remembered the scream, the figure dropping off the ledge, and the photograph on my camera's memory card. I drove into a nearby town for breakfast and spoke with a local store owner, a woman in her 50s. She told me she avoided that bridge at night. She mentioned hearing stories similar to mine, with people seeing a young man's outline or hearing cries echo across the water. She believed it was a replay of his final moment, stuck in some loop. I felt a knot in my stomach. I realized I wasn't the only one who'd seen it, which made it feel more real. That afternoon, I tried to put some distance between me and the area. I found another campsite a few miles upriver, but I couldn't relax. My thoughts kept returning to the jump, the silent splash that never happened, and that single eerie photograph. Whenever I closed my eyes, I replayed the scene in my head, the emptiness in his stare, his swift backward step, the swirl of mist over the water. My chest felt tight, and I had trouble breathing steadily. I only stayed in Oregon for a couple more days, but I couldn't bring myself to camp alone again. I stuck to places with other people around, avoiding any solitary spots near the Rogue River. The tension in my shoulders remained, and I jumped at small noises in the night. I never returned to that stone bridge. Back home, I downloaded my images onto a larger screen. I examined that one shot where the figure appeared. It was definitely there, a half-transparent shape at the ledge. Its face was turned toward the camera, but the features were blurred. The arms seemed tense, and the angle of the body suggested a man on the brink of a jump. I stared at it for a long time, and my hands went cold. I saved the file, but I never shared it publicly. It felt personal, and I didn't want to sensationalize it. In the weeks that followed, I had nightmares. I'd dream of running onto the bridge, trying to stop him, but he'd always vanish before I reached him. In the dream, the screams were deafening, and the water below glowed with an unnatural light. I'd wake up sweating, my heart pounding. Over time, the nightmares lessened, but I still feel uneasy when I think about that place. I've recounted the story to only a few close friends. Some believe me, some are skeptical, and some think I encountered a real person who slipped away. But no matter how they react, I know what I saw. I can still feel the rush of my blood pounding in my ears as I sprinted toward the edge. I remember the emptiness in those eyes. It didn't feel like an ordinary event. I've traveled to many places since then, but I always research local stories a bit more thoroughly. I still enjoy discovering lesser-known spots, but I'm cautious about camping alone near locations with tragic histories. If someone asks about the Rogue River area, I give them a short warning and mention the stone bridge. I don't like to go into detail, but I hope they take my words seriously. I wouldn't want anyone else to experience that scream or witness that silent jump into the fog. Maybe the spirit is stuck, replaying his final choice over and over. Or maybe it's something else entirely. Either way, I'm certain that the stone bridge over the Rogue River holds a presence I can't explain. I choose not to return there. Even now, I get chills just remembering those nights. If anyone asks me about haunted places in Oregon, I mention that bridge and leave it at that. I don't want to see that figure or hear that scream ever again. That memory is enough. I got the assignment from my boss on a Thursday afternoon. The file described a Victorian-style house in an older part of San Antonio. Locals called it the Reptile House. My boss chuckled as he handed me the paperwork. He said people spread rumors about snakes roaming the yard and something odd lurking inside. He wanted me to evaluate the property and decide if it was marketable. He noted I should inspect it carefully and draft a report. I laughed it off at first, thinking it was just another old home with a weird nickname. I drove there the next day. The neighborhood was filled with tall, ornate houses from another era. Most looked well-maintained, but the Reptile House stood out. The lawn was overgrown, and the place felt darker somehow, even though it was mid-afternoon. The exterior had chipped paint, and the roof looked like it needed repairs. I parked at the curb, checked my notes, and walked up the old concrete path to the front porch. The first thing I noticed was a collection of stone sculptures in the front yard. They were in the shape of reptiles, lizards, snakes, salamanders, each about a foot tall. They ringed the yard, facing the walkway. I felt a bit uneasy, but I tried to remain professional. When I reached the front door, I saw a large stained glass window next to it. The design depicted a dragon in swirling reds and greens. It was impressive craftsmanship, though a bit menacing. I turned the old brass knob and the door opened with a creak. A damp smell hit me as I walked inside. The interior was dim. The foyer led into a spacious living room with high ceilings. I switched on my flashlight because no overhead lights seemed to work. The beam revealed antique furniture with scaly patterns carved into the wood. The walls had odd wallpaper depicting interlocking serpents. Even the lampstands were shaped like coiled snakes. I set my briefcase on a side table and decided to explore systematically. I wrote down some notes. Possible water damage, musty odor, antique decor in questionable condition. Then I moved toward a wide archway that led to a corridor. My shoes tapped against the creaky wood floor. As I reached the end of the corridor, I entered a large room. It might have been a parlor once. Against one wall there was a massive empty tank made of thick glass. The frame was rusted metal. It reminded me of a reptile enclosure you'd see in a zoo, big enough to hold a large animal. The interior was dusty, with some residue on the glass. I leaned in to see if there were any clues about what used to live in there. The smell was stronger here, damp and slightly sour. Suddenly I heard a scratching noise behind me. It was soft, like claws on wood. I spun around, shining my flashlight. I caught a glimpse of a shadow sliding into the hallway I had just come from. I froze for a second. My heart thumped. I wondered if it was a raccoon or a large rodent, but the shape looked bigger than any raccoon I'd ever seen. I took a deep breath and told myself, old houses often have pests. I wrote a quick note about it and decided to move on, though my nerves were rattled. I followed the corridor in the other direction. I passed a kitchen that looked neglected, with warped cabinets and a rusted sink. The presence of reptile-themed knickknacks continued. There were plates on the wall with images of lizards. There was a small statue on the counter resembling a gecko. I tried to focus on the structural issues. The floor squeaked under every step. The ceiling had stains that suggested leaks. I thought about what the renovation costs might be. I took a few pictures with my phone, but the battery warning popped up. I had forgotten to charge it fully. I pressed on, hoping it would last long enough for the essential shots. Eventually, I found the staircase leading to the second floor. The steps were narrow and steep. I felt the wood bend slightly under my weight. As I climbed, I heard another faint scratching noise above me. It reminded me of claws skittering over the floorboards. My pulse sped up. I tried to keep calm, telling myself it was probably a stray cat. Still, the sound was unnerving. At the top of the stairs, I saw a long hallway with several doors. Most were closed, but one near the end was slightly ajar. As I walked, the hallway grew warmer. My forehead felt damp, and the air smelled stale and thick. I noticed a faint hissing sound. It was so quiet I wasn't sure I heard it at first. I kept going, step by step. When I reached the partially open door, I caught a whiff of something pungent, almost like rotting vegetation mixed with warm air. I gently pushed the door open. Inside, there was a small room, maybe a study or a storage area. In the center stood a table that looked more like an altar. It was covered with colored stones of various sizes, some of them sharp and pointed like teeth. I ran my flashlight beam over them. The stones reflected the light in dull, murky hues, greens and browns mostly, with a few that looked like they had a fossil texture. I felt a wave of unease. It was unlike anything I expected to find in a Victorian house. Then I heard a hiss again, much closer this time. It came from behind a tall folding screen in the corner. My body tensed. My mouth went dry. I slowly turned the flashlight toward that area. The temperature in the room seemed to rise another notch, and sweat beaded on my neck. For a second, I saw a figure crouched against the wall. Its skin looked grayish or pale under the weak flashlight. It had a reptile-like sheen, though I couldn't make out clear features. It was roughly human-sized, with limbs, but it moved in a fluid, unnatural way. It made a low hiss, and I heard the scraping of claws on the wood floor. My heart jolted. Before I could react, it darted behind the screen. I staggered back. My flashlight shook in my hand. My breathing turned shallow. I couldn't process what I had just seen. My mind jumped from somebody's weird pet to this can't be real. I inched backward, and the floorboards squeaked. The hissing grew louder. I felt a jolt of panic and bolted from the room. I slammed into the hallway wall, then made a dash for the stairs. I nearly missed a step, stumbling halfway down and gripping the banister just in time. My foot twisted a little, and pain shot through my ankle. I forced myself to keep going. My pulse pounded in my ears. Adrenaline flooded my system. I heard more scratching overhead, as if something was following me. At the bottom of the stairs, I turned the corner too sharply and bumped into a large stone sculpture of a serpent coiled around a column. For a split second, I thought it moved. My chest tightened. I realized I was hyperventilating. I pushed past it, ignoring the dull ache in my shoulder from the collision, and burst through the front door. Outside, the late afternoon sunlight felt blinding. I stumbled down the porch steps, inhaling the fresh air. My lungs burned. I looked back at the house, half expecting to see a figure at the doorway, but there was nothing there. The place appeared silent and still, except for the overgrown plants in the yard. I reached my car, fumbled with the keys, and started the engine. My hands shook on the steering wheel. I backed out so fast I nearly hit the mailbox. I drove for a few blocks without turning on the radio. My heart still raced, and my shirt was soaked with sweat. I tried to make sense of what I saw. I couldn't. I felt a mixture of fear, confusion, and disbelief. Eventually, I pulled over at a gas station and sat there until my breathing slowed. I stared at the pictures on my phone. Most were normal shots of the house's interior. There was nothing unusual in them. The last photo I'd taken in the hallway was blurry, as if my hand had been shaking. It showed only shadows. Back at the office, I reported to my boss that the house was in terrible shape. and needed major renovations. I claimed the structure was unsafe and might have a pest problem. I left out every detail about the strange creature. He didn't question me much. He glanced at my pale face and asked if I felt all right. I said I was just tired. After that, I never brought it up again. The house remains on the market. I see it on the listing sometimes with generic photos of the exterior and a short description. I don't schedule any more showings. Occasionally, I wonder if anyone else has seen what I saw, or if they've dismissed the stories as local gossip. Part of me wants to warn people, but I also don't want them to think I'm unstable. I'm not even sure what I believe myself. I sometimes replay that moment when I stood in the upstairs room. The memory of that pale, scaly figure is vivid. I can still feel the heat radiating from that hidden corner and hear the hiss echoing off the walls. My ankle took a few days to heal. Every time it ached, I remembered stumbling down those stairs, convinced I was being chased. I don't plan on returning. Whenever I drive through that neighborhood for another listing, I avoid that block. If I happen to pass by accidentally, I keep my eyes on the road. I have no desire to glance over and see the silhouette of something at one of the windows. There's enough in my memory to last a lifetime. I wish I could shrug it off as a product of stress or an overactive imagination, but I know what I heard and saw. The reptile house remains a mystery to me. Maybe it's inhabited by some unknown animal. Maybe it's just the nightmares in my head. Either way, I'm done with it. All I know is that my brief time inside left me shaken and uncertain. I'll let someone else figure out the truth. I have no intention of going back to that property. If anyone ever asks me about it, I'll stick to the official line. It needs serious renovations and has structural problems. Let them draw their own conclusions. I prefer not to dwell on it anymore. I still remember my first week working at the Blessed Heart of Mary School in Jacksonville. The place was bigger than I expected, with hallways that seemed to stretch forever. My supervisor told me it was originally built in the early 1900s, and sections had been added over the decades. I didn't pay much attention to the local rumors about the cafeteria. People said it was haunted, but I figured they were just trying to scare the new guy. My job was general maintenance, changing light bulbs, fixing squeaky doors, that sort of thing. I liked to stay on top of tasks, so I often worked after the last bell rang, when the students were gone. The cafeteria was huge, with rows of long tables and large windows. It could seat hundreds of students. Normally, it was noisy at lunchtime, but once everyone left, it became very quiet. The first couple of times I entered at night, I just did my work and left without incident. Then one evening, something changed. That night, I was replacing some fluorescent tubes in the ceiling fixtures. The cafeteria felt unusually still. My footsteps echoed on the tiled floor. I had set a small stepladder near the serving counter. I climbed up to reach the fixture and began loosening the old tube. As I was about to put in a new one, I heard faint voices behind me. They sounded like children talking in soft tones, the way they do when they're trying not to be caught whispering. My back stiffened. I glanced around, expecting to see a group of students who had stayed late. But the entire space was empty. The rows of tables were vacant. The sound ended just as quickly as it began. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it was just the echo of my own movements, or maybe some noise from another part of the building. But my heart thumped a little faster. I finished replacing the light bulb and decided I'd done enough for one night. As I headed out, the overhead lights flickered once. It could have been a simple wiring issue. Still, I felt uneasy. The next few days, I avoided the cafeteria after dark. I focused on daytime tasks, fixing lockers, patching a small leak in the gym roof. However, a few nights later, I had no choice. One of the cafeteria's emergency lights was failing, and my supervisor asked me to replace it right away. By the time I got around to it, it was already past 9 o'clock. I walked in with my toolbox and a flashlight, intending to be quick about it. The overhead lights worked, but they cast long shadows between the tables. I set down my tools and took out the replacement fixture. As I was unscrewing the old one from the wall near the kitchen entrance, I heard a sudden clatter. It sounded like a metal tray being dropped onto the floor. I whipped around with the flashlight in hand. The entire row of tables stretched out with no sign of movement. No trays lying around, no chairs pulled out. The floor was clear. My pulse kicked up a notch. I shone my flashlight around, but everything was still. I tried to ignore the noise and keep going. I loosened the final screw and carefully removed the broken emergency light. Right then, I heard a soft scraping sound, like chairs being dragged across the floor. The noise came from the far corner. I snapped my head in that direction and saw nothing but rows of vacant chairs. Yet I could have sworn I saw one chair move slightly, as if it had just been nudged into place. My skin prickled. I decided to finish up as fast as possible. My hands shook a bit while I attached the new fixture. Once I tested it, I practically jogged out of the cafeteria. In the hallway, I stood there for a moment, telling myself to breathe. My chest felt tight. I reminded myself it had to be an echo, or maybe the building settling. I forced myself not to dwell on it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in there. After that, it happened more often. Every time I stepped into the cafeteria at night, I heard faint sounds, trays clinking, chairs scraping, even hushed voices. None of it ever lasted more than a few seconds, and I never saw actual people. It was like a quick replay of a lunchtime scene, but with no one visible. During the day, I tried to block it out of my mind. At night, my heart would pound the moment I approached the big double doors. I started talking to some of the older staff members, hoping to find a logical explanation. Most just shrugged or laughed it off, but one veteran teacher pulled me aside. He said there was a rumor about a fire decades ago. Supposedly, part of the school burned down, including a section of the cafeteria and a few classrooms. According to him, some children were trapped inside during the blaze. The official records were sparse because the administration at the time tried to keep it quiet. The teacher hinted that the spirits of those kids might be lingering, replaying their final moments in the cafeteria. I didn't know what to think. I'm not a superstitious person, but it gave me chills. I started paying closer attention. I noticed that the nighttime noises often sounded like normal cafeteria activity. Kids in line, a little chatter, trays clattering. But it would stop the instant I turned on every single light or made a loud noise. It felt like I was catching only echoes of the past. I decided to gather evidence. One night, after finishing my tasks, I set a small audio recorder in the center of the room. I hid it near a stack of folded chairs so it wouldn't be obvious. Then I left the cafeteria, locked the door, and waited in an adjacent hallway with the lights off. I figured if anything happened, maybe I'd capture it on audio. I stood in the dark, leaning against the wall. My breathing was tense, and I kept glancing at my watch. After about 20 minutes, I heard a muffled thump through the door, then a faint scraping. My heart beat faster. I wanted to barge in, but I held off, hoping the recorder would pick up something. After about half an hour, I retrieved the recorder. I locked up and went home. In my bedroom, I transferred the audio file to my laptop. At first, I heard only silence and faint static. I fast-forwarded, listening for any significant sounds. Then I caught it, the faint sound of laughter. It was clearly children giggling, though it was distant. My skin crawled. A moment later, I heard quick footsteps, like sneakers on tile. Then a faint rattling that could have been chairs or trays. There was also a point when I heard what sounded like a soft prayer being recited in unison, though I couldn't distinguish the exact words. It was eerie. My hands trembled on the keyboard. I felt a knot in my stomach. The next day, I decided to show the recording to the principal. She listened with a calm expression. She didn't seem surprised. She just said, "Yes, we've had reports of unusual noises for years." She asked me not to share it around because it could scare students and parents. I left her office feeling unsettled. The fact that she wasn't shocked made me think these stories had circulated for a long time. I tried to focus on my regular duties, but my mind kept going back to those sounds. I kept picturing a line of ghostly children holding trays, waiting for their food. The thought made me uneasy every time I walked past the cafeteria doors. I started planning my tasks so I wouldn't have to be in there alone after dark. If something absolutely needed to be fixed, I tried to do it during the day or ask another staff member to accompany me. Most nights, I avoided the area completely. One evening, I forgot my phone charger at the back of the cafeteria. It was around 8 p.m., and the halls were mostly empty. I debated whether to leave it until morning, but my phone was nearly dead, and I needed it. I forced myself to go back in. The moment I opened the door, I heard a quick shuffle and a faint rustling sound. My hands trembled. I flipped on the main lights, scanning the room. All I saw were rows of empty tables. I walked carefully toward the far corner, where I'd left my charger near a maintenance cart. I heard the floor squeak under my shoes. I grabbed the charger and turned to leave. Then I thought I saw something in my peripheral vision, shadows shifting by one of the tables. It looked like a small group of children standing up, as if they were preparing to leave. My heart slammed against my ribs. I directed my gaze there, and the shadows were gone. The corners of the cafeteria were empty. My skin was damp with cold sweat. I power-walked to the exit and didn't look back. After that night, I stopped ignoring the rumors. It felt clear that something lingered in that cafeteria, replaying old routines from years ago. I'd catch glimpses of movement, or faint voices, or the sound of chairs dragging. Each time, it disappeared the moment I tried to pinpoint the source. The tension it gave me was enough to make my heart pound and my stomach knot up. I wasn't the only one either. A security guard told me he once saw the reflection of a young boy in the glass of the kitchen door, but when he turned around, no one was there. Over time, I learned to live with it. I told the principal I wouldn't do any non-urgent maintenance in the cafeteria after sundown. She agreed. Nobody pushed back. It seemed like an unspoken understanding. I still had to clean up or fix minor things once in a while, but I made sure I did it quickly, and I never lingered. I avoided investigating further because every time I tried to gather more evidence, I felt like I was crossing into territory I couldn't handle. The audio recording was enough proof for me. Even now, whenever I pass the cafeteria at night, I keep my eyes forward. My shoulders tense up, and I move faster. I feel the hairs on my neck rise. Sometimes, I think I hear faint whispers or the distant clank of a tray, but I hurry on and tell myself it's just my imagination. Deep down, I know it's not. I remember that audio file, the laughter, the prayer, and the footsteps. Something happened in that place all those years ago, and it left an echo that refuses to fade. I suspect the spirits are children who never realized they wouldn't live to see another day. It's like they're stuck in a loop, reliving an ordinary lunchtime routine, unaware that time has moved on. I can't prove that scientifically, but that's how it feels. I don't dwell on it. I come to work, I do my tasks, and I leave when the sun sets. That's my routine now. I still work at Blessed Heart of Mary School. It's a decent job, and the daytime hours are fine. But I'll never be fully comfortable in that cafeteria after dark. If a new staff member asks me about the place, I just shrug and say it's an old building. It has its quirks. Sometimes I hint that they shouldn't stay there too late, but I don't go into details unless they press me. I figure they'll discover it for themselves soon enough, the same way I did. If they choose not to believe the stories, that's up to them. I can't force anyone to accept what they haven't experienced. All I know is that the faint voices and shadows are real to me. I hear them, I see them, and I carry the unsettling memory of those sounds every time I pass that row of tables. That's what keeps me from ever sitting alone in the cafeteria at night. I'd rather not risk another encounter with the echo of children who never made it out of that fire, forever replaying their final moments. I moved into that old Victorian on Benefit Street because the rent was lower than anything else in Providence. The landlord seemed nice enough, though he was a bit evasive when I asked about the house's history. He only said it was built in the late 1800s and had a few quirks. When I arrived with my suitcases, I noticed the exterior was a little run down. The paint peeled in places, and the porch railing looked worn. But the location was close to campus, so I figured it would work for me. On my first night, I sat in my small living room, unpacking boxes. I heard the usual city sounds outside, cars passing, distant voices. At around 10 o'clock, I decided to step out for some fresh air. I locked my front door and strolled across the street. I turned back to admire the house. That's when I noticed a faint glow in one of the attic windows. It was a soft, yellowish light. The rest of the house was dark because I'd turned off every lamp downstairs. I wondered if I'd left a lamp on up there, but I hadn't even gone into the attic yet. I shrugged it off, assuming maybe there was an old bulb or a nightlight up there. The next day, I asked the landlord about the attic. He smiled, looked away, and told me it was mostly for storage. He said the wiring might be old, so he suggested I avoid using that space unless necessary. That answer felt strange, but I didn't press him. I had plenty to do in the main living areas, and I wasn't eager to dig through an attic full of dust. Still, the glowing attic window nagged at me. At night, when I returned from grocery shopping or from a late class, I'd glance at the house. That window almost always had that same soft glow, even though the rest of the place stayed dark. One evening, I flipped every light switch I could find, checking which rooms lit up. The attic didn't respond to any switch. I decided to see for myself. I grabbed a flashlight and made my way upstairs. The stairwell leading to the attic was narrow, with old wooden steps. The air got colder as I climbed. At the top, I found a heavy door. The doorknob felt cold under my palm. I turned it, and it opened with a creak. Inside, the attic was dim and dusty. My flashlight beams swept across piles of old furniture and trunks. The rafters looked sturdy but covered in cobwebs. I didn't see any functioning light fixtures. There was a single overhead bulb, but the pull chain was broken. I moved my flashlight around, trying to figure out where the window was located. I found it on the far side. The glass pane was small and streaked with dirt. I clicked off my flashlight to see if there was any other source of illumination. Everything turned pitch black. No glow came from the window. Nothing. My breath sounded loud in the silence. I turned the flashlight back on and walked over to the window. I expected to see some faint wiring or a nightlight, but I saw nothing unusual. I placed my hand on the pane. It felt cold to the touch, and I could see the street below. A few pedestrians walked by, unaware of my presence. The only thing odd was the thick dust on the windowsill and the faint musty smell in the air. I glanced back at the attic door, feeling a slight tightness in my chest. Something about the space gave me the creeps, but I told myself it was just an old attic. I left and closed the door behind me, double-checking that I'd locked it. Later that night, around midnight, I looked out my bedroom window and saw the attic glowing again. I felt a pang of dread. I knew there was no working bulb up there. I'd just checked. My heart thumped. I tried telling myself the glow might be from a street lamp reflecting at an odd angle, but that didn't seem right. The color of the glow was softer than a street lamp's light. It looked almost like an old incandescent bulb. I couldn't sleep well. My mind replayed the scene in the attic. I kept picturing that dusty window and how cold it felt. The next morning, I told a neighbor about it. He was an older man who'd lived on Benefit Street for decades. When I mentioned the attic window, he just nodded and said, "That house always has that light. People say it's been like that for years." He didn't elaborate, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. As the weeks passed, the glow never stopped appearing at night. Sometimes it would vanish for a few hours, but it would come back just before midnight. It reached a point where I dreaded looking at it, but I couldn't resist checking. Something about it made me uneasy. The air in the upstairs hallway also felt colder than the rest of the house, even when I tried adjusting the thermostat. I started avoiding the attic altogether. If I had to store something, I would leave it at the bottom of the attic stairs rather than go inside. One night, around 1 a.m., I was lying in bed when I heard a soft tapping sound overhead. It wasn't loud, but it was consistent, like something was lightly hitting the glass. My stomach twisted. I got up, heart pounding, and walked slowly to the attic stairwell. I stood there, listening. The tapping continued for another minute, then stopped. I gathered my nerves, grabbed a small hammer for protection, though I'm not sure what I expected to do with it, and crept up the steps. My heartbeat echoed in my ears. I opened the attic door with the hammer in one hand and my phone's flashlight in the other. The tapping had ceased. The attic smelled dusty as usual. I swept the light across the floor, half expecting to see an animal or a bird. Nothing moved. Then, near the window, I heard a faint scraping noise. It only lasted a second. I took a few cautious steps forward. My eyes felt wide, and my mouth went dry. I thought I detected a slight movement near an old trunk, but when I aimed the flashlight, I saw only cobwebs. I let out a slow breath. My chest felt tight. I decided I'd had enough and walked backward toward the door. I locked it behind me, hurried to my bedroom, and forced myself to sleep with the lights on. Over the next few days, I started reading up on the house's past. I found mentions of a family who lived there in the early 1900s. One rumor suggested a daughter had been confined to the attic due to mental illness. Another claimed she died there, though the details were scarce. I asked the landlord again, but he only shrugged and said it was just an old tale. He didn't deny it, though. I tried to keep my routine normal. I'd go to classes, come home, eat and watch TV, but I always felt on edge. Any unusual noise made me jump. I even considered moving out, but my finances were tight. One evening, I invited a friend over, hoping for a distraction. I told her about the light in the attic, and she wanted to see for herself. We stood outside around 10 p.m., staring at the top window. Sure enough, it glowed faintly. She asked if there was a light fixture up there. I shook my head, my heart fluttering. We both went inside, determined to check. I led her up the attic stairs. My friend held her phone's flashlight. I held mine. The space was dark and cold as usual, with no sign of any lamp. We walked to the window. It was pitch black outside, except for the streetlights below. The glass didn't emit any light. My friend and I exchanged glances. She looked spooked. We returned to my living room. She said maybe it was some reflection from the street. But when we went outside again and looked up, the window was glowing. I noticed her face go pale. She started asking me if there could be a hidden electrical fixture or a battery-powered light. I told her I had checked thoroughly. She stayed quiet for a moment, then suggested we stop trying to figure it out. We spent the rest of the evening making small talk, trying to ignore the attic. I kept living there, but my sleep suffered. I'd wake up at odd hours, sweaty and anxious. The tapping at the window recurred a few times, but I refused to go back up there. Once, I woke to a sharp knocking sound that echoed in the hallway. My heart pounded so hard I thought I might faint. I listened from my bedroom door, but I heard nothing else. Morning would come, and I'd feel silly, yet the memory of that sound stayed with me. Eventually, the stress got to me. After a few months, I told the landlord I needed to end my lease early. He didn't seem surprised. He just said I'd have to forfeit my security deposit. I agreed without hesitation. The next week, I packed up my things. On my last night, as I carried a box to my car, I glanced up at the attic window. The glow was stronger than usual, almost bright enough to see the dusty panes clearly. My stomach twisted, and I felt a chill, even though it was a warm night. I decided not to stand there any longer. Early the next morning, I loaded the last of my belongings. Before driving off, I looked up at the attic one more time. In the daylight, it appeared normal. The window just looked dirty and gray. I felt a mixture of relief and lingering unease. I drove away, and the tension in my shoulders began to ease. The memory of that glowing attic stayed fresh in my mind for weeks. I moved into a smaller apartment on the other side of town. It's more modern, and I don't hear strange tapping at night. Sometimes I pass Benefit Street and see that old Victorian. I can't help but glance at the top window. Even during the day, I feel a tightness in my chest when I imagine the glow that comes after dark. I've heard from neighbors that the light still appears every night, though no one has pinpointed the cause. Maybe it's a trick of old wiring, or maybe it's something else. I've tried not to think about it too much, but whenever the conversation turns to unusual house stories, I tell people about the attic window on Benefit Street. I mention how cold the air felt up there, how the glow never matched any known light source, and how sometimes I heard that tapping at the glass. I can see the doubt on their faces, so I don't push it. I know what I saw. The memory still makes my skin crawl. Looking back, I'm glad I left when I did. There was something off about that attic, and I wasn't willing to keep living under that glow. It's an experience I won't forget, and to this day I avoid older houses with suspicious upstairs windows, just to be safe. I remember finding that vinyl record on a Saturday afternoon in the French Quarter. I had spent hours rummaging through a small shop packed with old jazz LPs and blues singles. I enjoy collecting rare albums, so I always look for overlooked or mislabeled items. That day, a dusty, unlabeled record caught my eye. Its label was scratched, and the store owner didn't know much about it. He called it the Mystery Album. I liked the sound of that and bought it on impulse. When I got home, I placed it on my turntable. The vinyl itself had visible scuffs, but it wasn't warped. I dropped the needle, expecting pops and hisses. Instead, a slow jazz melody began. It sounded old, maybe from the 1920s. The horns were slightly off-key, and the piano notes felt sad. Then a female voice came in. It was smooth at first, then trembled in certain notes. It gave me chills, but not because of any emotional connection. It felt like the singer was too close, as if she were in the same room. I heard faint crackles in the background, the way you do with old recordings. I couldn't make out all the lyrics. Some parts of the vocal track sounded muffled, almost like someone had recorded it in a small, dimly lit club. I listened all the way through. The singer's voice was haunting, but I still couldn't identify her. My curiosity grew. I wanted to figure out who she was. That night, I played the record again. Something about that voice drew me in. I also noticed a strange detail. Each time I listened, the voice seemed to gain new nuances. Little changes in vibrato or phrasing that I hadn't noticed before. It was as if the recording changed slightly with each play. By the third time, I had goosebumps on my arms. The singer's last note lingered, and I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Over the next few days, I played the record repeatedly, trying to catch every lyric. Sometimes, I caught phrases in French or bits of what sounded like an old Creole dialect. The melody carried a mix of jazz and a more traditional blues vibe. I got the impression the singer was praying or calling out to someone, though I couldn't confirm it. I started to search online for keywords I thought I heard. I typed in random phrases like lost 1920s jazz singer and New Orleans missing recordings. I even asked around in local collectors' forums. A few people mentioned a rumor about a vanished singer named Josephine Lafleur, but details were sparse. They said she disappeared under mysterious circumstances in the 1920s and left only a handful of uncredited recordings. As my research went on, I noticed odd things happening around my apartment. The turntable arm moved on its own sometimes, restarting the track. I'd walk into the living room and find the needle at the beginning, spinning the record in silence. At first, I thought the mechanism was faulty, but the turntable had no auto-return feature, so it made no sense. A couple of times my lights flickered and the air felt heavy, as if the humidity had jumped. I also felt uneasy, like someone was watching me. Late at night, I heard faint humming, similar to the singer's tone, even though the record player was off. I started having dreams. In them, I stood in an empty nightclub. Dim lights revealed a small stage where a woman in a white dress sang. Her voice sounded the same as on the record. She had tears on her cheeks, yet her face remained calm. I tried to move closer, but my feet stayed planted. I felt dread and sadness all at once. In the background, I could see tables full of empty chairs. The woman's voice rose in a sad refrain, and I woke up every time before the dream finished. These dreams came almost every night, leaving me groggy in the morning. I became restless. I wanted to confirm if the singer was indeed Josephine Lafleur. I visited a local historical society, scanning archives for references to missing jazz performers. I found old news clippings about a Josephine Lafleur who vanished in 1927. According to one article, she was a lounge singer with a unique style, rumored to be involved in some local voodoo rituals. Another piece claimed she died in a fire, but her body was never recovered. Yet another suggested she ran off to Europe. None of the accounts agreed on her fate. I felt more convinced the record might be one of her lost recordings. At home, the strange events continued. Sometimes I walked into the living room and heard the record faintly playing. The turntable sat still, unplugged. My chest would tighten, and sweat would form on my brow. I'd check the power cord, see that it wasn't even connected, and stand there, heart pounding, listening to a voice I knew shouldn't be audible. Then it would stop abruptly. I told a friend about this, and he said I might be overworked or stressed. But I knew it felt real. One evening I decided to record the album digitally. I thought maybe capturing it on my computer would let me analyze the audio. As the record spun, I set my microphone close and hit record. The music played as usual, but the singer's voice cut in and out in strange places. By the end of the track, I heard what sounded like a whisper behind the main vocals. My hands shook as I listened. The whisper repeated a phrase I couldn't fully decipher. I replayed it several times. It might have been French, or maybe just a mumble. When I tried to play back the digital recording, my computer froze. The file corrupted. I restarted and found the file gone. I tried again, but each attempt ended with the same result. It was as if the recording refused to be captured electronically. I felt both irritated and frightened. The frustration got to me. I started questioning my own mental state. Yet I couldn't deny the experience of hearing that whisper. The record's influence on my daily life grew. My mood became erratic. I snapped at people for minor reasons. My sleep was fitful. I began seeing flickering shapes in my peripheral vision, especially when the record was in sight. At one point, I thought I saw a pale figure in the reflection of my TV screen, standing behind me. My chest tightened, and I whipped around. Nothing was there, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I realized I was losing my sense of calm. About a week after that, I came home late. I felt drained. I glanced at the record player. My mind told me to leave it alone, but I felt drawn to the album. I placed it on the turntable again, just to see if anything else would happen. As soon as the music started, the room felt stifling. The singer's voice resonated with a sadness that seemed stronger than before. I sat on the floor, knees pressed to my chest. The horns sounded distant, but her voice was clear, as if she was right next to me. The air in my apartment felt thick, and a dark shape flickered in the corner of my eye. I heard a faint sob in the track, something I had never noticed before. Then it stopped. The room fell silent, except for the crackle of the needle. I stared at the vinyl, my heart thudding. I realized I couldn't keep listening to this. It felt invasive. I also worried it might be dangerous, though I couldn't say how. I decided to lock the record away. I took it off the turntable, placed it in a plain sleeve, and slid it into an old record crate in my closet. I wrapped the crate in a blanket and put some boxes on top. I hoped that would be enough to break whatever strange hold it had. For a few nights, things were calmer. I didn't hear the humming. The lights didn't flicker. My dreams subsided. I began to feel like myself again, less tense and more focused on my daily routine. But sometimes, in the quiet moments of the evening, I imagined I heard that melody, as if it were drifting through the walls. I'd shake my head and tell myself it was just my imagination. A couple of weeks later, a friend visited. He asked about my collection, curious to see if I'd acquired anything new. I mentioned a mystery record, but I didn't explain the details. He insisted on hearing it. My stomach clenched. I refused, claiming it was scratched beyond repair. He seemed disappointed, but I stuck to my story. I wasn't going to risk playing it again. I still live in the same apartment, and the record remains locked away in that closet. Now and then, a thought creeps into my mind. Maybe Josephine Lafleur's voice is trapped in that vinyl, longing to be heard. I question whether it's truly haunted or if I got wrapped up in an old urban legend. But the fear I felt was real. My body's reactions were real. The heaviness, the flickering shapes, the disembodied humming, all of that still haunts me. I haven't tried to dispose of the record. Part of me worries that throwing it out might unleash something worse. Another part of me feels a strange responsibility to keep it hidden, so no one else stumbles on it. Some nights, I dream again of that woman in a white dress, singing in an empty hall. I see tears rolling down her cheeks. I hear her voice echo in a sad melody. Then I wake up sweating, aware that the record is just a few feet away in my closet, locked in a crate. That's why I still live with this secret. I tell people about the time I found a rare album in the French Quarter. I say it was from an unknown jazz singer. Most of them think it's a cool find. They never hear the full story. But if they did, I'm not sure they'd believe me. Maybe that's for the best. Even now, when I think I hear a faint note or a soft whisper in the quiet hours, I remind myself that the record is sealed up and out of sight, and that's how I plan to keep it. That night at the Cape May Lighthouse changed the way I look at history and the sea. I went there to research old ship records. I had permission to spend one full evening inside, combing through documents in a small office near the base of the tower. I thought I'd be alone for a few hours and then leave by morning. I didn't expect the events that unfolded after midnight. I arrived in the late afternoon. The grounds were quiet, with only a few tourists finishing their visits. One of the local staff, an older man named Frank, greeted me. He handed me a key and said I could lock up once I settled in. I had a backpack with my laptop, a flashlight, and some snacks. The main room on the ground floor was spacious, lined with historical displays about the lighthouse. It smelled faintly of salt and old wood. The walls showed signs of aging, and the place felt damp, as if the ocean air had seeped into every inch of the building. Frank showed me a smaller room to the side, which served as a makeshift office. It had a wooden desk, a chair, and boxes of old logs that recorded daily lighthouse operations. They dated back to the late 1800s. I was excited to flip through them. My research focused on local shipwrecks and the role of the lighthouse in maritime rescues. I thanked Frank, and he nodded. He gave me a warning look, though I wasn't sure why. He just said, "Lock the door if you feel uneasy." Then he wished me luck and left. I spent the first few hours buried in the logs. Each one documented weather conditions, passing ships, and occasional incidents at sea. The handwriting varied, but I could decipher most entries. I made notes on my laptop. Time went by quickly. Outside, the sky grew dark. I switched on the single overhead light in the office and continued reading. Around 9 o'clock, I heard faint footsteps echoing from the spiral staircase. I assumed maybe Frank had come back for something. I stepped out of the office. The lobby area was empty. The tall staircase rose to the lantern room at the top. I called out, "Hello?" No answer. The silence gave me a slight chill, but I dismissed it as the building settling. I returned to my work. An hour later, I got thirsty and decided to refill my water bottle. I realized there was no running water in the office, so I walked to a small restroom near the entrance. As I passed the base of the stairs, I noticed fresh footprints on the steps. They were wet, like someone had climbed the stairs with damp shoes. A slight trickle of water ran down one of the steps. My heart rate picked up. I wasn't sure how that water got there. It hadn't rained that evening, and I was alone in the building. I checked the door to see if Frank had returned. It was locked from the inside, and the key was still in my pocket. I tried to stay calm and told myself there might be a leak, maybe a broken pipe. I turned on my flashlight and aimed it at the staircase. The wet footprints led upward in a staggered path. The footprints were shaped like boots. I touched the edge of a step and felt cold water on my fingertips. It smelled slightly briny, like seawater. My pulse quickened. I decided to investigate the upper rooms. The steps creaked under my weight. Water droplets glimmered in the flashlight beam. I heard a faint sound above me, like a hushed moan or whisper. I felt a knot in my stomach, but I pushed on. When I reached the upper level, there was a narrow walkway circling the tower's interior. A tall ladder led into the lantern room at the very top. I shone the flashlight around. The walls glistened with moisture, as if someone had splashed water there. I also noticed a faint smell of seaweed. My breath caught in my throat. I heard a soft dripping noise, but I couldn't find the source. I called out again, "Is anyone here?" I got no reply, only my own voice echoing back. Feeling uneasy, I headed back down. My heart pounded. I kept glancing behind me, expecting to see someone on the steps. I returned to the office, locked the door, and tried to refocus on the logs. I told myself I was jumping at shadows. Maybe the lighthouse had a condensation issue. Still, my hands shook a little as I turned the pages. I breathed slowly, forcing myself to stay calm. Eventually, I got lost in the records again, reading about a ship called the Evening Star that sank off Cape May in 1892. The logs described frantic signals for help, but a sudden storm blocked visibility. The crew never made it ashore. Suddenly, the overhead light flickered. I glanced up. The bulb dimmed and then returned to normal. I heard a low creaking just outside the office door, like someone shifting their weight on the old floor. My throat felt tight. I stood, gripping my flashlight. I unlocked the door and opened it a crack. The main area was dark now, except for the faint glow from the stairwell light. I stepped out, scanning the floor. The air felt colder. My flashlight caught small puddles leading from the stairs across the floor. These puddles formed a trail toward the back of the lighthouse. I followed them, every nerve in my body on alert. My shoes squeaked on the wet spots. I could feel the temperature dropping. My breath caught in my chest. A sense of dread washed over me, but I kept moving. The trail led to a side corridor that opened into a storage area. I paused at the entrance. A strange gurgling sound reached my ears, like water being squeezed from a cloth. I braced myself and aimed the flashlight inside. In the beam, I saw a shape standing near the corner. It looked like a man in old-fashioned sailor clothes, dripping with water and covered in patches of seaweed. His eyes appeared cloudy, and his skin looked grayish. My stomach lurched. He raised an arm as if trying to reach out. No voice came from him, just a faint gasp. I stumbled backward in shock, losing my footing. The shape dissolved into a swirl of mist, leaving behind a wet outline on the floor. My flashlight flickered, and I scrambled to my feet. My heart hammered so hard I thought it would burst. I ran back to the office, locked the door, and pressed my back against it. My chest heaved. I tried to steady my breathing, but panic gripped me. I couldn't deny what I had seen. It was impossible, some sort of ghostly figure dripping seawater and algae. After a few minutes, my thoughts settled slightly. I decided I had to leave. I grabbed my backpack and laptop, stuffed them together haphazardly, and prepared to go outside. The moment I cracked the office door open, the lights in the main area flickered again. I heard a muffled chorus of moans. like multiple voices in pain. My stomach dropped. I realized there might be more than one presence. I forced myself forward, determined to reach the exit. My shoes slid on wet patches, and the smell of salt water grew stronger. I gripped the flashlight with white knuckles. When I reached the door, I saw that the handle was covered in a thin layer of water. My hand trembled as I turned the key. The lock clicked, but the door seemed stuck. I pulled harder. It finally gave with a squelching sound, as if it had been sealed by moisture. I staggered outside into the cool night air. I almost collapsed from relief. I gulped in air, trying to calm my racing heart. The night sky was cloudy, and a breeze blew off the ocean. I noticed my clothes were damp, though I had not fallen into any large amount of water. My mind spun with questions. Had I imagined the entire thing? But the wet footprints, the smell, and the figure felt real. My eyes darted around the grounds, searching for any sign of movement. The lighthouse exterior looked normal, tall and silent against the dark sky. I considered sleeping in my car until dawn. However, I also thought about the historical records. They were still inside. My research was important, but I wasn't sure I could handle another scare. I paced back and forth for a minute, feeling the wet fabric of my shirt cling to my skin. Finally, I decided to wait for sunrise. I retreated to my car, locked the doors, and sat in the driver's seat with the engine off. The wind rattled the windows. Now and then, I glanced at the lighthouse, half expecting to see a figure in the top lantern room. I didn't see anything. I must have dozed off, because the next thing I knew, the sun was peeking over the horizon. I felt stiff and groggy. The fear from the night before still weighed on me, but the daylight gave me courage. I returned to the lighthouse entrance. Frank was already there, unlocking the door. He gave me a look of mild concern. I explained in halting words that I had seen something during the night, someone wet, a shape that vanished. Frank just nodded and said, "We sometimes have visitors from the past." His tone suggested he believed me. He didn't ask for more details. I spent the morning packing up my notes and scanning the rest of the logs quickly. I stayed near Frank as much as possible, not wanting to be alone in the corridors. He walked with me, pointing out minor maintenance issues. He showed no shock at the damp patches by the stairs, merely wiping them up with a rag. I watched him do it, my hands trembling slightly at the memory of that ghostly sailor. I decided to cut my research short. Before leaving, I told Frank that I'd return the key to the local office. He nodded. I didn't mention the phantom figure again. I sensed he knew enough already. When I finally drove away, the lighthouse receded in my rearview mirror. My heart still pounded from the thought of what I had witnessed. The logs I'd studied mentioned a ship's crew lost at sea. I wondered if one of those men had come back, hoping for the light that never reached them in time. The memory of his outstretched arm haunted me. Now, whenever I see a lighthouse, I feel a jolt of nerves. I remember the dripping footprints and the cold that clung to my skin. I think about the moans in the dark corridor. I haven't returned to Cape May. My notes remain incomplete, and I haven't touched them since that night. Someday, I might go back to finish what I started, but for now, the images remain too vivid. I still wake from nightmares of watery shapes shuffling through spiral stairs, reaching for a salvation they never received. The fear lingers every time I recall that damp smell and the sight of footprints that shouldn't exist. And that's all I can handle at this point. Took the job at Fitzgerald's Books right after I moved to Los Angeles. I needed steady income, and the listing promised flexible hours. I figured a quiet bookstore would be better than a busy retail job. The store itself was located in a cramped old building downtown, surrounded by taller, more modern structures. When I first saw it in person, I felt it had a certain charm with its creaking floors and towering shelves filled with worn paperbacks and rare collectibles. The manager, a woman named Andrea, hired me almost on the spot. She said she needed someone dependable to stay until closing. I didn't think twice about it. My duties were simple: run the cash register, reorganize any misplaced books, and close up at the end of the night. The first few shifts went smoothly. During the day, customers trickled in, mostly regulars who liked the store's old-fashioned atmosphere. By evening, the foot traffic slowed. I'd sweep the floors, straighten up displays, and then lock the doors around 8. The manager or another staff member usually left before me, leaving me to do the final closing tasks alone. It never seemed scary. The place felt cozy and calm. One Thursday, I stayed a bit later than usual to finish inventory. It was just past 8:30, and I was on a small step stool in the classic literature section. As I scanned a shelf, the motion sensor alarm near the front suddenly started blaring. My heart jumped. I knew no one was in the store except me. I set down the scanner, climbed off the stool, and hurried to the alarm panel. The display indicated movement in the very aisle I'd just left. Confused, I quickly entered the code to silence the alarm. For a second, I wondered if a stray cat or a large rodent had somehow triggered it. But the store was too well kept, and we rarely had problems with pests. I grabbed my flashlight from behind the counter just to be safe and walked back toward the classics section. I moved the flashlight beam along the floor, checking for any sign of movement. Nothing was there. I felt silly. I glanced up and noticed a slight floral scent, almost like lavender. That was odd, because I hadn't smelled it a minute earlier. The store typically smelled like old paper and sometimes like fresh coffee from the cafe next door. Now I picked up a distinct flowery fragrance. I tried to push the thought away. Maybe someone who had been in the store earlier wore strong perfume, and it lingered. Still, the air had felt normal before the alarm went off. I shook off my nerves, reset the alarm, and got back to the inventory. 15 minutes later, the alarm triggered again. The piercing noise jolted me. The panel showed motion in the same aisle. My pulse sped up. I shut off the alarm again, feeling my hands shake. This time, I walked quickly to that aisle, determined to figure out what was going on. I checked behind every shelf. No sign of anything. The lavender scent intensified for a few seconds, then faded. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I felt watched, though I saw nothing. I decided to call Andrea. She sounded half asleep but told me that yes, the alarm sometimes went off randomly. She apologized for not warning me. She said it had happened for years, always in the literature area. I asked if there was a glitch in the sensor, and she hesitated, then said it had been replaced multiple times. The sensor wasn't the problem. I sensed she had more to tell me, but didn't want to get into it. She just said to reset the alarm and not worry too much. I nodded, hung up, and tried to follow her advice. But my heart wouldn't settle down. Over the next couple of weeks, the pattern repeated. Some nights, the alarm stayed quiet. Other nights, especially when I was alone for more than half an hour, it would blare. Each time, the panel indicated movement in or near the literature section. I took to patrolling that area regularly, scanning the shelves. Once, I heard faint footsteps when I passed the poetry section, but when I turned around, I saw no one. My arms prickled with goosebumps. The lavender smell showed up on and off, usually right after the alarm sounded. One evening, about a month into the job, I heard pages rustling when I was at the register. It was around closing time, and the store was empty of customers. The rustling sounded like someone flipping through a book. I peered over the counter, expecting to see a straggler who'd lost track of time. No one was there. My skin grew clammy. I walked down the aisle, following the sound. It seemed to move ahead of me, just out of sight. I sped up, turning each corner quickly, but I never caught anyone. Then the rustling stopped, and I was left in silence. That faint lavender scent crept up again. I whispered, "Hello?" No answer. At that point, I felt genuine fear. It wasn't the type of fear you get from thinking someone might rob the place. It felt more unsettling, like the fear of something invisible. I recalled that old rumor. The founder of Fitzgerald's books, a woman named Margaret Fitzgerald, had passed away decades earlier. People said she loved books so much she never truly left the store. I'd heard that story on my first day, but dismissed it as a silly ghost tale. Now, I wasn't so sure. I remembered Andrea's hesitation when I asked her about the alarm. I didn't share any of this with my friends because I knew they'd laugh. But the strange incidents continued. Sometimes I'd notice a particular hardcover out of place, lying open on a table with no sign of who put it there. Other times, I'd find the scent of lavender in a spot I'd just walked through. The alarm always pointed to motion in the same area. My nerves were fraying. I started closing earlier, trying to avoid extended time alone. One Friday night, the alarm went off 3 separate times before 8. The last time, I rushed over and found a book lying face up on the floor. It was a rare poetry collection by Emily Dickinson, one that Margaret Fitzgerald reportedly adored. My heart drummed as I picked it up. The pages were yellowed but intact. I hadn't even known we had that title in stock. I placed it back on the shelf, my hands shaking. The smell of lavender lingered around me. I decided I needed answers. The next day, I confronted Andrea. I asked if she believed Mrs. Fitzgerald's spirit haunted the store. She paused, then admitted that she and a few longtime employees had encountered unexplained events over the years. They sometimes saw a faint figure of a woman in older clothing, or heard pages turning when no one was there. The motion alarm had been a persistent issue. They tried multiple security companies, but the sensors always detected movement in the same area, usually after hours. Andrea said she hadn't told me more at the start because she wasn't sure I'd believe it or stick around. She also seemed worried about scaring off a new employee. Hearing this didn't ease my mind, but at least I knew I wasn't losing my grip. The store was known among staff to have these odd occurrences, and it seemed connected to the founder's enduring presence. Andrea suggested I try talking out loud when I felt uneasy, as if addressing the spirit directly. I thought that sounded ridiculous, but I was desperate. That very night, when the alarm blared at around 7:30, I forced myself to go to the literature section and speak into the air. My voice trembled, but I managed to say, Mrs. Fitzgerald, if you're here, it's okay. I'm just doing my job. I won't bother your books. I felt silly. I stood still, waiting for a response that never came. The alarm didn't trigger again that evening, though, and I didn't smell lavender. I couldn't be sure if my words had any effect, but part of me wondered. In the following weeks, the incidents didn't stop, but I tried to remain calm. Each time I sensed movement or heard pages flipping, I'd speak up softly, acknowledging Mrs. Fitzgerald. I'd say I was about to close the store or reorganize books, so please excuse the mess. Sometimes the alarm still went off, but the overall tension felt lower. I still had chills whenever the footsteps or lavender smell appeared, but I didn't panic as much. One night, I was alone again, finalizing receipts at the counter. The store was quiet. The overhead lights were on, casting warm light over the shelves. I heard the alarm beep once, as if someone was right under the sensor. My stomach did a flip. I let out a shaky breath. I walked slowly to the aisle. There, I caught a glimpse of a figure at the far end, a woman in a long, outdated dress, flipping through a large book. My pulse skyrocketed. She turned her head slightly, and I froze. Then, just like that, she vanished. The book dropped to the floor with a soft thud. I approached, knees weak. I picked up the book. It was a leather-bound collection of poems again. I whispered, "I'm sorry if I startled you." The air felt thicker, and I caught the lavender scent. My eyes stung from the fear, but I tried to breathe evenly. I placed the book back on the shelf, being careful not to damage it. The alarm didn't go off again that night. After that close encounter, I told Andrea I had literally seen a figure. She didn't look surprised. She just reminded me to keep it discreet. The store had a reputation, but most customers didn't know the details, and that's how the owners preferred it. She thanked me for handling it calmly. I left that conversation feeling a mix of awe and anxiety. I now believed wholeheartedly that something lingered in the bookstore, and that presence seemed tied to the literature and poetry sections. Over time, I grew used to the occasional alarm trigger. If it went off, I'd silence it, then do a quick check. Sometimes I found a book lying open, other times nothing at all. The lavender aroma remained the surest sign that Mrs. Fitzgerald was around. I never heard an actual voice, but the pages flipping, the footsteps, and the alarm were enough to keep me on edge. I developed a habit of finishing my tasks earlier and locking up right at 8, rarely giving myself a chance to linger. One evening, about a month before I left for a new job, I decided to stay after closing just a bit longer to do a thorough shelf reorganization. I had a sense of peace that night. Nothing strange happened until I was nearly done. Suddenly the alarm beeped again. I tensed. I walked over and saw a single book lying on the floor, an old hardcover of Walt Whitman's poems. Right next to it, I caught a slight glimpse, maybe a shadow or a pale shape. It vanished almost instantly. I calmly placed the book back, then said, "Good night, Mrs. Fitzgerald." The smell of lavender seemed to trail me as I headed to the front door. The alarm never made another sound that night. Shortly after, I found a better-paying job elsewhere and gave my notice. On my last day, Andrea let me leave early. She said the store would miss me, but she understood. As I walked out for the final time, I felt a twinge of sadness. For all the tension and fear, I'd grown to respect that lingering presence. It felt like the ghost, or spirit, or whatever it was, truly cared about the books. Now, when I think of Fitzgerald's books, I recall that wave of lavender scent and the soft flipping of pages. I remember the times I saw a faint figure or heard footsteps in an empty aisle. If anyone asks me about it, I give a vague smile and say the place had unique quirks. I don't go into detail, and most people don't press. But inside, I know I experienced something I can't quite explain. And part of me hopes Mrs. Fitzgerald remains there, still flipping through her favorite volumes long after closing time. Work in an old office building in Minneapolis. I remember the first day I walked in, noticing the worn marble floors in the lobby and the large metal elevator doors at the far end. People warned me that the elevator tended to be slow or stall sometimes, but I shrugged it off. I had no problem taking the stairs if needed. During my first few weeks, nothing seemed off. The elevator was ancient, sure, but it ran. Then came that night when I stayed late to finish a project. That was the night I realized something was deeply wrong with that elevator. I was an intern, trying hard to make a good impression, so I regularly stayed past 9 p.m. One night, it was close to 11. The building was practically empty. I packed up my bag, saved my files, and headed for the elevator. My feet hurt, so I didn't feel like taking the stairs down 6 flights. I pressed the button and waited. The light in the hallway flickered overhead, making it hard to focus. The elevator arrived with a dull ding. The doors opened slowly, revealing a worn interior with chipped faux wood paneling and a single overhead light that hummed. I stepped inside and pressed the button for the lobby. The doors slid shut. The elevator jerked once, then started its descent. A few seconds later, it stopped abruptly. The panel showed no floor number, just a blank space. My stomach tightened. A small beep sounded, and the doors slid open. I stared at a dim corridor I'd never seen before. The walls were a yellowish color, peeling and stained, and there was a weird smell, moldy, with a tinge of something metallic. No signage, no number on the wall to indicate which floor this was. It didn't look like any floor in our building. I stepped forward just enough to lean out and look around. The corridor stretched left and right, lit by a few flickering bulbs. The air felt thick, almost charged. My ears picked up a faint buzzing or humming, like old electrical wiring. I didn't see any doors labeled for offices. The place seemed deserted. My heart started pounding, and I backed into the elevator, letting the doors close. I pressed lobby again, hoping it would continue down. Instead, the elevator rose. I felt it ascending, even though I had asked for the ground floor. The panel remained blank. A few moments later, it stopped and opened onto another corridor that looked just as abandoned. My chest felt tight. I pressed every button on the panel, from the top floor to the ground level. None lit up except for a single line that glowed faintly. It didn't resemble a number, just a thin line of light. The elevator jerked again and began moving. I swallowed hard, gripping the handrail as it sped up. It raced past what felt like several floors, then slammed to a stop with a shudder. The overhead light flickered, and I thought it might go out, but it stayed on, flickering once every few seconds. The doors opened to yet another hallway. This time, I heard soft voices in the distance, or maybe it was static. I couldn't quite tell. The hallway was darker, with only one working light overhead. My mind raced. Was I somehow in a different building? That made no sense. I stepped out, my knees shaking. The corridor was silent except for a faint drone. I called out, "Hello?" My voice echoed. No answer. I looked back at the elevator, thinking I should stay inside, but I felt an odd pull to see if anyone was around. I took a few cautious steps forward, hearing the scuff of my shoes on the worn floor. There were no signs, no office doors, just blank walls. A pipe near the ceiling dripped water, leaving a puddle that smelled stale. My skin crawled. I decided enough was enough. I hurried back to the elevator. When I got in, the doors slid shut again. I pressed multiple buttons at once. Nothing responded. My hands were sweating. The elevator started moving on its own, this time descending. The hum of the old motor felt louder. I swallowed, trying to steady my breath. After a long moment, it stopped again, opening to a corridor that looked pitch black, except for the small rectangle of light from the elevator. I didn't even step out. I reached for the door close button, stabbing it repeatedly until the doors slid shut. I couldn't stand the thought of wandering into a dark hallway with no idea where I was. The elevator jerked violently. My heart jumped. Then it began to plummet. I felt weightless for a second, like the cables had snapped. I gripped the handrail, letting out a gasp. My stomach lurched. After a few seconds, it stabilized and slowed. When it came to a stop, I braced myself for whatever lay beyond the doors. They opened onto the lobby, but it was dark, as if every light was turned off. I stepped out and realized the building's main lights were out, leaving only the glow of streetlights through the glass doors. Chairs were scattered as if someone had rushed out. The security desk was empty. My ears rang. Where was the night guard? I walked to the exit in a daze, pushing through the rotating door. Outside, the street was empty, not a single car in sight. The sky was clear, and the air was cold. I glanced at my watch. It still showed 11:15 p.m. The entire block looked deserted, which was strange for that part of Minneapolis. Usually there would be at least a few late-night stragglers or cabs. I started walking, my shoes clacking on the sidewalk. The city felt too quiet. After a minute or so, I heard a distant rumble, and a car turned onto the street, headlights sweeping over me. I felt immediate relief. I wasn't alone out here. I flagged down a passing taxi and asked the driver to take me to my apartment. During the ride, I stared at the empty seat in front of me, mind spinning. I tried to make sense of what had happened. The building had never looked that way at night. And how had the elevator accessed floors that don't exist? I told myself I must have been hallucinating from exhaustion. But I remembered everything too clearly. The next morning, I arrived at the office around 9 a.m., determined to see if the elevator acted normal. People were coming and going. The elevator looked harmless. I got in with a few co-workers. We pressed our floors. It stopped precisely where it should, with the standard ding and the correct numbers lighting up. Nothing seemed off. After we got out, I asked them if they ever had weird experiences with the elevator. They joked that it was slow and sometimes jumped floors, but no one mentioned unmarked hallways or blank panel readings. I felt foolish bringing it up, so I shrugged and changed the topic. That night, curiosity got the better of me. I stayed late on purpose, waiting for everyone to leave. I needed to see if it would happen again, or if it was just a stress-induced dream. By 10:30 p.m., the office was nearly empty. I cleaned my desk area, then headed to the elevator. My hands were damp with sweat, and my stomach churned. I hesitated in front of the panel. My reflection in the dull metal looked pale. I pressed the button. The doors opened and I stepped in. I pushed the ground floor. The elevator began to move. My heart pounded. It stopped at floor 3, picking up an older woman who worked in the legal department. She asked me why I was in so late. I gave a short, awkward answer. We reached the lobby with no incidents. The woman left, and I was alone. I stared at the open door, deciding whether to ride it again, alone. My nerves were shot, but I felt compelled to see if it would malfunction. I waited in the lobby until the cleaning crew left around 11:20 p.m. Then I slipped back into the elevator. It groaned shut. I hit the button for the second floor, just to test a short trip. The elevator lurched upward. Suddenly, the panel went blank again, just a faint line of light. My stomach sank. The elevator climbed for a while, definitely past the second floor. Then it stopped. The doors opened onto a corridor I didn't recognize, similar to the night before. Peeling paint, dim lights. My skin tingled. I reached out and pressed door close. The doors didn't move. The overhead light flickered. A draft blew in from the corridor, carrying a stale odor. I felt a strong sense of dread. Stepping out felt like the last thing I wanted to do, but I couldn't stand there forever. The corridor stretched in 2 directions. I took a few hesitant steps. The floor squeaked under me. Water dripped from somewhere. My heart thudded in my ears. I saw a door with no label. I tried the knob. Locked. I moved further, noticing faint footsteps in the distance, or something that sounded like footsteps. I called out, "Hello?" No reply. My mouth felt dry. After a few minutes, I decided I had to go back. The hallway gave me chills, like I was trespassing somewhere I didn't belong. When I returned to the elevator, the doors were still open. I stepped in and pressed the lobby button again. The elevator whined and shut its doors. It dropped. My stomach flipped. It sped up, rattling like it was going to fall apart. I held onto the rail, my knuckles white. Then, without warning, it stopped smoothly and opened onto a pitch-dark lobby. The overhead lights were off again, the same as before. I rushed out, noticing the corridor behind me looked different from normal. Everything was shadowed. I made a beeline for the front door. Outside, the streetlights glowed, but the area was empty, silent, no traffic. A panic rose in my chest. It felt like I was outside of normal time. I ran down the block until I saw headlights. My phone buzzed with a text from a coworker, time-stamped earlier that night. I tried calling them, but the call wouldn't connect. My phone showed a signal, but nothing worked. After a few minutes of running, I saw a 24-hour convenience store that appeared lit and normal. The clerk inside was reading a magazine. I yanked open the door, panting. The clerk looked at me with surprise. I checked the time on the clock above his register. It showed 12:05 a.m. I asked him about the office building. He shrugged, said it had been quiet, nothing unusual. The phone lines in his store were fine. I called a friend to pick me up, and this time the call went through without any problem. The following day, I considered quitting. My experience felt too bizarre, but I needed the job. I confided in one coworker I trusted. He smiled sympathetically, but suggested I avoid that elevator late at night. That's exactly what I do now. I leave by 8 p.m. and always take the stairs if it's after hours. Once, I found a small group of people who claimed the building had design quirks from decades ago, including sealed-off floors and incomplete construction. Some stories mention people seeing corridors at odd hours, but I can't confirm any details. Officially, the building's owners deny everything. I still work there, but I refuse to ride that elevator alone at night. If I must work late, I wait for someone else who's going down, or I use the stairs. My heart still races when I pass by those metal doors. I can't forget the stale smell of those hidden corridors, or the panic I felt when the elevator dropped. Sometimes, I think about pressing all the buttons again, just to prove to myself it was real. Then I remember the emptiness of that dark lobby and the dread that crept over me. I decide it's not worth the risk. So that's my story about the old elevator in Minneapolis. I don't have a neat conclusion or a logical explanation. All I know is that something is off about that elevator, and it seems to show a different side of the building after normal hours. I'm not sure if it's a glitch, a design flaw, or something else entirely. I just know I never want to be alone in it again, especially not late at night. Once the clock hits 9 or 10 p.m., I take the stairs every time, and I feel a wave of relief each time I make it out the front door to see busy streets, bright lights, and people moving about, all reminding me that I'm back in normal reality, far from those empty hallways that seem to appear when no one else is around. I remember how hot it was that afternoon in Phoenix. The heat felt like it was coming up through the ground, and the air itself seemed heavy. My boyfriend Brian and I had just moved into a small condo on the edge of the city. We liked the view of the desert and the fact that there wasn't much traffic around. The only odd thing was a big, undeveloped lot behind our building. It looked abandoned, with cracked dirt and a few scattered shrubs. One day we decided to explore that empty lot. We had no big plans, just curiosity. The sun was high in the sky when we climbed over a short fence and stepped onto the dry ground. At first, we just saw rocks and patches of weeds. Then, out of nowhere, I noticed these dark red spots on the dirt. I knelt down, thinking it might be old paint, but they formed what looked like footprints, bare footprints, one after the other. They led around a cluster of dry bushes and continued further into the lot. The color was an odd, deep red, almost like dried blood, but I tried not to jump to conclusions. I called Brian over. He squatted beside me and ran a finger over the print. He made a face and said it looked too weird to be just paint. We followed the footprints for a while. There were maybe 15 of them, and then they disappeared behind some broken chunks of concrete. The rest of the terrain looked undisturbed. I glanced around, expecting to see some clue, like a dropped bucket of paint, but saw nothing. The footprints were definitely human, with clear toes and heel marks. It was creepy. My throat felt dry, and not just because of the heat. We eventually walked back to our condo, still talking about the footprints. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about them. My mind kept flashing to the shape of the toes in that red stain. Brian seemed calm, saying it might just be some kind of joke or maybe a stray animal stepping in red clay, though it was obviously a human foot shape. I tried to shrug it off and went to bed. The next morning, we got up early and decided to look again. The sun was already burning by 8 a.m. We walked into the lot, expecting to find the same footprints, but maybe faded. Instead, they looked darker and clearer, like someone had reapplied them overnight. I felt a wave of anxiety. Brian and I glanced at each other, both uneasy. He said maybe the footprints were always that color, and we just hadn't noticed. That explanation didn't feel convincing, but I told myself there had to be a simple explanation. Throughout the day, I spoke to a few neighbors, asking if they had ever seen strange footprints behind the condo. Most of them looked puzzled and said no. Some barely knew there was an empty lot back there. One older woman said the lot used to hold a small house that got torn down. She didn't remember the owner's name, only that he disappeared years ago. That story made me uneasy. I couldn't help but connect it to the footprints, though I knew I was jumping ahead of myself. Later that week, Brian and I went out again at sunset, carrying a couple of flashlights. The desert heat had eased a bit. As we approached the same spot, we realized the footprints had shifted. They weren't in exactly the same pattern as before. Instead, they looped around in a slight curve that ended near a patch of tall weeds. We followed them carefully. The prints stopped right at a large rock, almost forming a half circle. In the center of that circle, the dirt had been disturbed, like someone had scraped at it. I felt a shiver up my back, even though it was still warm. We shined our flashlights around, but saw no one. The sky was darkening quickly, and a breeze kicked sand against our legs, making the moment feel tense. I whispered to Brian that we should head back before it got too dark. He agreed. That night, I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned, picturing those footprints. In my dreams, I saw a figure with bare feet, leaving red marks in the desert sand. I woke up drenched in sweat. It wasn't just the heat. Something about those prints got under my skin. I kept telling myself I should ignore it, but my mind wouldn't let it go. The next day, Brian suggested we try to clean them up, see if they'd come back. I hated the idea of dealing with them again, but part of me wanted to know if they were some sort of prank. So we filled a bucket with water and soap, grabbed a couple of old rags, and walked to the spot. We poured the soapy water over the footprints, scrubbing the dirt. It turned into muddy streaks. We thought that was that. But the following morning, after a hot night with no rain, the footprints were back, exactly where they had been, like we hadn't touched them at all. I felt my stomach drop when I saw them. Brian stood there, hands on his hips, just staring. We both knew it made no logical sense. He tested the dirt with his finger, dry as a bone. The footprints looked fresh, as if someone had just stepped there with red-stained feet. That was the first time I felt genuine fear. The idea that someone was coming out at night, redoing these footprints for no reason, made my skin crawl. That night, we decided to keep watch from our window. Our condo faced the empty lot, so we turned off all the lights and sat by the window with binoculars. The temperature outside was still high. We waited for hours, scanning the dark. A stray dog wandered through at one point, but no sign of a person. By around 2 a.m., Brian's eyes were half closed, and I felt exhausted. I had just set down the binoculars when I noticed a flicker of movement. I leaned forward, straining to see. I couldn't make out a shape, but I saw a slight shift in the shadows near the tall weeds. I tapped Brian, and we watched, hearts pounding. A minute passed, no further movement. Eventually, we gave up and went to bed, unsettled. The next day, I started having nightmares. I'd see a man with bare, red-stained feet walking through the desert, chasing me. I couldn't get the images out of my head. I told Brian I wanted to move, but he said we shouldn't let a weird phenomenon drive us away from a place we liked. Instead, he suggested we set up some kind of camera. I agreed. He found an old motion sensor camera he used for wildlife pictures in the past. That evening, just before dusk, we placed it on a small tripod facing the footprint's usual path. The camera had night vision and could capture short videos when triggered by movement. We checked the camera in the morning, eager to see if we caught anything. The memory card showed a bunch of clips of nothing, just the motion sensor activating for the wind. Then, in one clip, the screen turned fuzzy for a moment. It was as if something triggered the sensor, but the image was only static and shadows. After a couple of seconds, it went back to normal, showing empty dirt. No footprints forming, no person. But when we walked out there, the footprints had moved again, forming a new pattern. This time, they led around a clump of bushes in almost a full circle, like someone was pacing. My eyes stung with frustration. I felt violated. Someone or something kept doing this under our noses. Later that evening, I saw something out of the corner of my eye from our bedroom window. A figure, tall and thin, moving slowly between a pair of shrubs in the lot. I jumped up, heart hammering, and ran to the living room, calling for Brian. By the time he looked out, there was nothing. We grabbed flashlights and sprinted down the stairs, out the back door, trying to find whoever it was. The sun was below the horizon, so it was that dusky time when shapes become tricky to identify. We crept through the lot, following the footprints again. They looked even fresher. I swear I smelled something metallic in the air. My chest felt tight. Brian shone his flashlight all around, calling out for whoever was there. No answer. Eventually, he told me we should go back. My legs felt weak with fear, so I didn't argue. After that, I started sleeping poorly every night. My dreams were filled with images of those footprints turning up in every corner of the condo, on the walls, even on the ceiling. In reality, we found them only in that lot, but the stress consumed me. Brian suggested we involve the authorities. I doubted the police would care, but we tried anyway. A couple of officers showed up the next afternoon. They took a quick look, shrugged, and said they couldn't do much about footprints in the dirt. They advised us to call if we saw any evidence of trespassing on our property. Their disinterest made me feel worse, as if we had no official help. Brian and I talked about whether we should move. The rent was good, and the location was decent apart from that creepy lot. But my anxiety was through the roof. One evening, as I stared out the window, I caught a glimpse of something walking through the darkness, leaving footprints behind. I shouted for Brian, and we bolted outside with our phones, using them as flashlights. We saw faint footprints, still damp-looking, arranged in a new path that formed a rough circle. At the center lay a symbol scratched into the dirt. I crouched down. It looked like a crude spiral or swirl with a slash across it. I had no idea what it meant, but it sent shivers up my spine. Brian was speechless. He just stared, jaw clenched. We moved out 2 weeks later. I couldn't handle the sleepless nights, the constant paranoia. Neither of us felt safe, and I worried about my mental health. We found a smaller place a few miles away, where the desert was less accessible. The footprints never followed us there, as far as we know. But I still dream about them sometimes, those stark red shapes baked into the dry ground. Later, I heard from a new tenant in that same condo complex who noticed strange footprints behind the building. They asked me if I had ever seen them. I hesitated, then just said I hadn't lived there long. I didn't want to dump my entire story on them. I do wonder if those footprints still appear, forming circles or lines, always the same deep red. I don't have a solid explanation, and maybe I never will. But I know what I saw, and I know how it made me feel, like something or someone out there refused to leave that lot, leaving a trail for those who dared to look closely. My only advice for anyone living there now is to ignore the footprints if they can, because once you start paying attention to them, it's hard to let it go. They keep showing up as though they have a life of their own, and they leave a mark on your mind long after you've moved on. I moved into a small house in Fort Worth because I wanted a quieter life. I liked the idea of living near old railway tracks, even though they were no longer in use. Locals told me the line had been decommissioned decades ago after a serious train crash. They said a train used to run through the neighborhood, carrying people and cargo. Now the tracks just sat there, rusting. Some folks mentioned a story about a phantom train that appeared at 3 a.m. on certain nights, blowing its whistle in the dark. I thought it was just a bit of local folklore meant to spook newcomers. I nodded politely whenever someone brought it up, but I didn't believe any of it. Then, a few weeks after I settled in, I woke up around 3 a.m. to a low, drawn-out whistle. It echoed through my room in a way that made my ears ring. I sat up in bed, my heartbeat drumming against my chest. My window was open, so I stuck my head out to listen. I heard it again, a distant screech of metal and a soft rumble. The air felt still otherwise, no passing cars or voices. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it might be a train further down the line, maybe a cargo train that still used some active track miles away, but it sounded close. The next morning, I asked my neighbor, an older man named Everett, if freight trains still passed at night. He gave me a strange look and said, "Oh, you heard it too, huh? That's the ghost train. Some say it shows up on the anniversary of that big crash back in the 1950s. Others say it shows up at random times, always around 3. Nothing you can do about it except try to sleep through it." I chuckled nervously, but a knot formed in my stomach. Part of me wanted to dismiss it, but I knew what I had heard. That night, I set my alarm for 2:50 a.m. I wanted to see if the whistle returned. I felt silly, but but curiosity got the better of me. When my alarm beeped, I pushed myself out of bed and went to the window. The neighborhood was dark, a few porch lights glowing here and there. I saw the silhouette of the tracks under the moonlight, stretching through the back of several yards. At exactly 3, I heard the whistle again, a long, mournful call that made my chest tighten. I strained my eyes, but there was no sign of any headlight. The tracks looked empty. My pulse quickened because the rumbling noise also returned, like a heavy train rolling over steel rails. I could feel a faint vibration under my feet, as though the ground was shaking in sync with the train's approach. Then, after a minute or two, it faded. The next day, I asked around more aggressively. Some neighbors shrugged and said it was just a story. Others said they heard it now and then but ignored it. One man insisted the crash had happened in the 1930s, not the 1950s. Someone else said it was the 1970s. The details changed, but everyone agreed it was an old tragedy. A freight train or passenger train had derailed, causing casualties. I tried to find official records but didn't have much luck. I found a single article referencing a derailment from decades back, though it didn't mention a specific time or date. It unsettled me that the facts were so fuzzy. I decided to investigate on my own. The next time I heard the train whistle at 3 in the morning, I grabbed my flashlight and headed outside. The air was cool, and a slight breeze rustled the trees. I followed the sound to the tracks, stepping carefully over some broken wooden ties. The whistle sounded closer this time, and I felt my heartbeat speed up. My flashlight illuminated rusted rails, weeds growing between them, and scattered pieces of metal debris. But there was no train in sight. The rumble grew, though, and my body tensed. I could feel a mild vibration under my boots. My mouth went dry. I stayed there, shining the light in both directions, but I saw only dark rails stretching off. The whistle blasted one last time, so loud that it made my ears ring. Then, silence. The vibration stopped. My flashlight picked up nothing ahead or behind me. No movement. No train. I returned to my house, shaken. My legs felt weak, and I had trouble sleeping for the rest of the night. The next day at work, I couldn't focus. My mind kept playing back the sound and the faint tremor under my feet. Over the next few weeks, the whistle came and went. Sometimes I would hear it every other night. Other times it would skip a week. I tried recording it on my phone, but all I got was a faint static and a distant moan of something that might have been wind. I experimented with a small digital recorder next, placing it in my yard overnight, but the files always ended up with muffled noises and no clear whistle. One night, I tried a new tactic. I placed coins on the tracks at around 2:55 a.m., right before the whistle usually sounded. I'd heard as a kid that if a real train passes over coins, it flattens them. My heart pounded as I set them down. The rails felt cool against my fingers. Then I hurried off to the side, about 20 yards away, near a row of bushes. I crouched there, flashlight off. At 3, the whistle blew. My gut clenched. I braced myself, half expecting to see a beam of light approach. The rumble intensified, and the metal rails seemed to vibrate. I held my breath. After a minute or so, the sound began to fade. I waited until I was sure it was gone, then I crept back to the spot. The coins were flattened, as if something very heavy had passed over them. My hands trembled when I picked them up. I couldn't explain it. That confirmed to me that something real was happening, even if I couldn't see it. I felt both terrified and fascinated. Over the next couple of nights, I tried to rally some friends to come witness it with me. A few agreed to visit around midnight and wait until 3. When I mentioned it was a phantom train, some laughed. Others were uneasy. By 2:30, three of us were sitting in my living room with coffee, waiting. As the clock approached 3, we made our way outside. The whistle started right on time, that same eerie note cutting through the darkness. My friends froze, eyes wide. One friend said, "That sounds like it's right there," pointing to the empty rails. We moved closer. I felt my heart thudding in my chest. The rumble started as well, a dull roar like an approaching train. My friends shone their flashlights up and down the track, seeing nothing. The sound peaked, then faded. Afterward, we walked onto the tracks. The rails were still and quiet. One friend kept shaking his head, muttering that it made no sense. We returned to my place, all of us rattled. One friend said, "I have no idea what that was, but I don't want to come back here at 3 again." I didn't blame him. The experience felt wrong. It went against every normal rule of reality we trusted. Over the following days, I found myself dreading 3 o'clock each morning. Sometimes I'd try to sleep through it, but if the whistle blew, I always woke up. I began to fear it would escalate. I wondered if the train would one day appear physically, or if I'd see silhouettes of passengers inside. My sleep suffered, and I struggled with constant anxiety. I tried searching the local library for details about the crash, thinking maybe the knowledge would help me cope. An archivist found a brief mention of a train derailment in Fort Worth from about 70 years ago, with multiple fatalities. The time of the accident was listed as just after 3 a.m. That lined up too well to be a coincidence. The article didn't go into detail about what caused it, just that it was a severe tragedy and the line was eventually shut down. Many local folks believed the route was cursed. I left the library with my nerves on edge. One final attempt to solve the mystery came when I talked to an elderly lady who had lived in the neighborhood most of her life. She claimed her father worked on the railway. She said that after the crash, the company abandoned that section of track. She added that some people believed the train still tried to complete its route from time to time. She shrugged, then said she stopped paying attention to it years ago. I pressed her for more details, but she shook her head and said she preferred not to dwell on it. I started avoiding the tracks at night. I kept my windows closed and tried wearing earplugs, but even the earplugs couldn't block out the whistle. My windows rattled sometimes, as if a train were rolling by. It never lasted more than a few minutes, but it felt like an eternity. One evening, out of desperation, I drove to a friend's house across town and stayed over. I slept through the night without hearing the whistle. It was the first time in weeks I got a full night's rest. That gave me a temporary solution, simply not be home at 3. But I couldn't keep that up forever. I tried everything else. I played loud music on headphones at 2:50 a.m. I tried to drown out the sound, but I still felt that faint vibration. The next morning, I woke up exhausted and angry. I started to wonder if I should move away, despite liking the house otherwise. A handful of neighbors confirmed they heard the whistle sometimes, but they didn't seem as disturbed. One even told me he found it comforting, like a piece of history that hadn't let go. I tried to adopt that perspective, but I couldn't. Every time the whistle wailed in the night, my heart pounded and I sweated, wide awake until dawn. At one point, I tried to capture real evidence. I placed a camera and a microphone in my backyard, pointing at the tracks. That night, I heard the whistle loud and clear. The ground shook slightly. I checked the recording the next day, only to find that the audio captured a faint hiss, and the camera showed nothing unusual. The microphone had clipped at the loud whistle, but it didn't sound as distinct as it did in person. Still, I heard enough to confirm I wasn't imagining it. My friends had experienced it too, and I had the flattened coins. That was enough proof for me. Eventually, I made the decision to move. The sleepless nights weren't worth it. I listed the house for sale. I tried not to include any mention of the phantom train in the listing. I felt guilty about that, but I assumed the buyer would learn about it if they spoke to any long-time resident. A young couple bought the place. They seemed excited to move in. On the day I handed them the keys, the husband asked about the tracks. I just said, "They're not active anymore." He nodded, not pressing further. I packed my belongings and left Fort Worth for another part of Texas. I still wonder if that whistle echoes each night, or if it only appears for those who are willing to listen. Part of me feels relief that I'm not there to hear it anymore. But sometimes I miss the old house. I miss the friendly neighbors and the warm afternoons. Then I remember the nights when my windows shook and that ghostly train roared past in the darkness, invisible yet real enough to make my heart pound. I remind myself I made the right choice to leave. Some things are better left behind, especially a train that runs on an abandoned track at 3 a.m, carrying echoes of a tragedy that refuses to rest. I arrived in Salt Lake City on a cloudy afternoon. The Maple Grove mansion stood at the end of a long driveway, surrounded by tall hedges and old trees. I had recently inherited the property after my grandmother passed. My name is Violet Sanders, and I came here to organize the house and decide what to do with it. The place looked imposing, with dark wood paneling on the exterior and windows that seemed to watch me. I remember feeling a small knot in my stomach as I walked up the creaking front steps and unlocked the door. The interior smelled musty, like old furniture and hidden corners that hadn't seen sunlight in years. I spent the first couple of days cleaning random rooms and moving dusty boxes. The mansion had multiple floors, each with a series of halls and side rooms. Every time I turned a corner, I felt a slight chill on my neck. I wrote it off as the house needing better insulation. While sorting through the clutter in the main study, I found a large wooden trunk with ornate carvings. It was locked. I searched the desk drawers, hoping to find a key. Instead, I discovered a ring of smaller keys, none of which seemed to fit. Later, I decided to check the attic. It was cramped, filled with boxes and old chests. I opened them, finding clothes, letters, and a few family heirlooms. I spotted a small key inside a dusty tin. It looked old, but might fit the trunk. I carried it downstairs and slipped it into the trunk's lock. It turned with a soft click. My heart picked up pace. Inside, I found several diaries, each with a worn leather cover. Most were dated from generations ago, written by different family members. I flipped through a few pages and realized they mentioned sightings in the garden at night. They all spoke of a woman in a white dress, silent and wandering near an old tree. I read more carefully. One of the earliest diaries belonged to someone named Margaret Sanders. She wrote about glimpsing this figure at midnight, gliding across the grass. Another diary, from a man named Thomas Sanders, described the same woman, always near the same large oak tree. He claimed she vanished if anyone approached. The diaries described a sense of sadness around her. Many entries repeated the phrase, "She appears to be calling for help." That night, I decided to look out the window of my second-floor bedroom around midnight. I felt silly, like I was waiting for something that existed only in stories. The garden was faintly lit by a moon that struggled to shine through thick clouds. For a while, I saw nothing but the outline of hedges and the dark shape of the old oak. Then, my heart nearly stopped. I noticed a pale figure near that tree. It stood motionless. My chest tightened. I blinked several times, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks in the low light. But the figure was still there. I hurried downstairs, not even bothering to grab a coat, and ran out into the garden. By the time I reached the oak, the figure was gone. The air felt heavy, and a cold breeze ruffled the grass. I stood there, breathing hard, scanning the yard. Nothing moved. I told myself it had to be a trick of the light. The next morning, I returned to the trunk to read more. One diary mentioned a hidden compartment in the trunk of the old oak tree itself. It sounded bizarre, but I decided to check. That afternoon, I circled the tree, feeling around the bark. After a few minutes, I noticed a section that had been cut into, then carefully disguised. It took effort, but I pried it open. Inside was a small cavity with a stack of black and white photos. My hands shook. The photos showed a young woman with a delicate face and a distant gaze. In each picture, her hair looked thinner, her eyes more sunken. She appeared ill. On the back of one photo, I found the name Annabelle. The date was from the early 1900s. I returned to the diaries to see if she was mentioned by name. Sure enough, several entries talked about Annabelle Sanders, an ancestor who had a mysterious illness. She was confined to her room most of the time. The diaries said she would sometimes sneak out at night and wander the garden. One entry hinted that she died out there, near the oak tree. Another mentioned that the family tried to hide her condition from outsiders, feeling ashamed. I felt a growing heaviness in my chest. My grandmother had never spoken of this. I wondered if the story was so old that it got buried over time. That night, I dreamed about a woman in a white dress standing under the oak tree. She reached out to me, her expression pleading. I woke up sweaty, heart racing. The room felt stifling, so I got up to open the window. I glanced at the garden again. The same figure stood by the tree. She seemed taller in the moonlight. My breath caught in my throat. Part of me wanted to ignore it, crawl back into bed, and pretend I saw nothing. But I felt a strange pull. I grabbed my flashlight and went outside again. The grass was damp. My shoes left impressions in the soft dirt. I moved carefully, shining light ahead. Near the trunk, the air was colder. I whispered, "Hello?" My voice sounded shaky. No response. Then I heard a faint rustling in the branches overhead, and my flashlight flickered. I waited, listening to my own heartbeat. After a moment, the light stabilized, and I realized the figure was gone. The next few days, I became obsessed with Annabelle's story. I spent hours in the local records office trying to find her death certificate. I found a single record that confirmed an Annabelle Sanders died in 1905 from an unspecified illness. It didn't say anything about her final moments. The diaries, however, hinted that she might have collapsed under that oak tree one night, and the family found her too late. I returned to the mansion, feeling a deep unease. The diaries suggested her spirit remained. I told myself that was a childish notion, but I couldn't shake the memory of that figure I kept seeing. At one point, I considered staying somewhere else overnight, maybe a hotel. But I felt responsible for the mansion. I had tasks to complete, and a part of me wanted to solve this mystery for my own peace of mind. Late one evening, I read a final diary that described Annabelle's last days in detail. She was often delirious, calling out for help, obsessed with the tree in the garden. The writer speculated that Annabelle believed the tree held some secret cure or safe haven. The entry ended abruptly. I went to bed, leaving a lamp on because I felt uneasy in the dark. Around midnight, I heard a soft scraping sound near my door. My skin prickled. I listened, trying to figure out if it was the house settling or something else. Then it stopped. I slowly opened the door, peering into the hallway. Nothing. I checked each room on that floor, heart pounding. As I passed a large window facing the garden, I looked outside and felt a jolt of dread. The pale figure was clearly visible, standing under the tree, facing the mansion. My hands shook. I pressed my forehead to the glass, trying to see more detail. She seemed to be wearing a long gown, her head slightly tilted. I could almost make out her expression. She looked pained. Then, as if sensing me, she turned and disappeared behind the trunk. I rushed outside in my slippers, ignoring the chill. The grass felt cold against my ankles. I reached the oak tree, shining my flashlight all around. In the beam, I saw faint footprints in the damp soil leading from the trunk toward the back of the property. I followed them. The prints faded near some overgrown bushes. I pushed through the branches, hoping to catch sight of her. Then I heard a soft sigh, almost like a breath. My stomach flipped. I spun around with the flashlight but saw nothing. The air felt charged and my heart hammered. I backed away, returning to the tree. My mind raced, but I forced myself to go inside. I locked the door behind me and stayed awake until dawn, reading the diaries again. The next day, I decided to gather everything, diaries, photos, and notes, and store them safely in a locked cabinet in the study. I felt it was important to preserve Annabelle's story. I also began thinking I should keep the mansion. Something about it felt like it needed closure, and I was the only living relative who seemed to care. That afternoon I called a local historian and asked if they knew anything about the Maple Grove property. They said rumors existed about a ghostly figure and an old family tragedy, but nothing official. They seemed surprised to learn I had diaries referencing it. That evening I had a final encounter. Around midnight, I went to the second-floor window, determined to see if Annabelle appeared again. Sure enough, she stood by the tree in her white dress. This time my chest felt tight, but I opened the window and whispered, "I'm sorry." I didn't know what else to say. The wind rustled the leaves. She turned toward me, then faded into the darkness like a shadow dissolving. I felt tears slip down my face, though I couldn't explain exactly why. I closed the window gently, my nerves on edge. I crawled into bed, exhausted. Since then, I've stayed at Maple Grove. Sometimes I see a faint shape under the oak late at night, and I still feel a chill when I cross the garden. But I no longer run away in fear. I keep the diaries locked up in the study. The photos of Annabelle are in a small box, wrapped in cloth. I sense that she just wants to be remembered. I haven't tried to remove the hidden compartment in the tree or destroy the diaries. I believe this place holds her history, and uprooting it would feel wrong. Occasionally, I catch a glimpse of her near the edge of my vision, but I don't panic. I let her be. I don't talk much about this to anyone outside the family. When people ask if Maple Grove is haunted, I usually shrug or say I haven't noticed anything special. But a part of me wonders if Annabelle will ever find peace. For now, I live here, carrying on with everyday chores and projects. The old mansion is large and sometimes lonely, but I stay because I feel a responsibility to my family's past. At night, I lock the doors and windows, then sit by the fireplace with a cup of tea. I wonder if I'll see Annabelle's faint silhouette that evening. If I do, I watch for a moment, letting my heart steady, remembering that she was once a real person who suffered in this very yard. In a quiet way, I think that's enough for me. I respect her presence and give her space, hoping that in time, both of us find the peace we need at Maple Grove. I first heard about the old radio station in Milwaukee through a friend who knew I had a casual hobby of collecting vintage audio equipment. He told me there was an abandoned office building downtown once home to a local radio station in the 1940s. The place had been empty for years. A few people claimed the station was still intact, covered in dust. The story sounded interesting, so I took a day off work and drove to check it out. I didn't have high expectations. I thought I might find some broken microphones or old turntables, nothing else. When I arrived, the building looked worn and lifeless. The exterior was a plain brick facade with some boarded-up windows on the second floor. There was a small lobby at street level with old mailboxes that had no labels. The air inside smelled stale and slightly damp. I climbed the stairs to the third floor, following a tip that the radio station had occupied that entire level. The corridor was dark, lit only by weak sunlight filtering through dirty windows at each end. My footsteps echoed on the cracked linoleum tiles. I checked every door, finding mostly empty offices. Some were filled with discarded desks or broken chairs. A few had peeling wallpaper and water stains on the ceiling. The corridor led to a large room with a single word etched on the glass pane. Studio. My heart beat faster when I read it. I pushed the door open, expecting a bare space. Instead, I saw an old broadcast studio almost frozen in time. Dust coated everything. I spotted heavy microphones on stands, a vintage mixing console, turntables, and large speakers in the corners. A thick layer of grime covered the equipment, but otherwise, it looked as if no one had moved anything for decades. I walked around carefully, taking in the details. My pulse sped up with excitement. This was more than I'd hoped to find. There was no electricity, so I walked through an adjacent doorway and found a small storage room. That's where I noticed a portable generator. It looked ancient, with chipped paint and rust, but I saw a small canister of fuel beside it. I wondered if it still worked. I dragged it out into the main studio, checking the oil and fuel levels. Then I tried the starter. It took several pulls, but eventually the engine chugged and rattled to life. I felt a thrill in my chest. I hurried to the mixing console, fiddling with the cables and the main power switch. The overhead lights in the studio flickered. Some old bulbs blew out with a pop, but a few stayed on, providing a weak, flickering glow. I examined the microphone channels. The boards had old-fashioned dials and meters. After a minute of trial and error, I managed to route the output to a set of large speakers on the wall. At first, there was only crackling. I turned the knobs slowly, trying to find some frequency or leftover signal. Then, to my surprise, I heard a faint voice. It came through the speakers, full of static, but I could make out words. A woman's voice announced a song title I didn't recognize. She spoke with an odd accent that sounded like something from a radio show in the 1940s or 1950s. I froze, trying to figure out if it was some recording stored on an internal reel or a record player. But the turntables were off, and I hadn't pressed play on anything. I leaned into the console microphone and quietly said, "Hello?" expecting no response. The woman's voice cut out for a second, replaced by static, then came back. She said, "Hello? Is there someone there?" I felt my stomach twist. My breathing went shallow. She was addressing me. That shouldn't have been possible if it was just a recorded broadcast. I swallowed hard and answered, "Yes, I'm here. Who are you?" The line hissed. Then she said, "I'm Claire Thompson. I'm broadcasting on station WMLK. Can you hear me?" I gaped at the microphone, my mind racing. WMLK was long defunct. I saw a pile of paperwork on a dusty desk in the corner referencing that call sign, but as far as I knew, the station had been shut down decades ago. My heart pounded. I felt sweat break out on my forehead. I tried to sound calm. "Yes, I can hear you. This station is abandoned now. What's going on? The woman's voice trembled with relief. She said something about being stuck, waiting for a response. She asked if the fire was out. I couldn't make sense of it. A fire? Then the signal filled with static again. My head spun. I realized I should check the storage room for any recordings or logs. Maybe there was an explanation hidden away. I found a door near the back of the studio that led to a narrow hallway. Old posters and promotional materials were pinned to the walls, all referencing events from the early 1940s. I opened a side door labeled Archives. Inside, the shelves were mostly empty or collapsed, but I saw some old newspapers and clippings scattered on a desk. One headline caught my eye: Local Radio Station Fire Claims Lives. The date was 1943. The article mentioned WMLK, explaining that a tragic blaze swept through the station one night. The staff working late could not escape. My stomach knotted. The article listed the names of employees who died, including a receptionist, 2 technicians, and a host named Claire Thompson. My throat went dry. That was the same name I'd just heard. I felt a sudden chill. The corridor felt colder, and my hands shook as I flipped through more clippings. There were rumors that, at midnight, passers-by could sometimes pick up broadcasts from the station, even though it was destroyed. I remembered local legends about radio transmissions continuing after a disaster, but I never took them seriously. Now I stood in the very studio where it happened, hearing a voice from the other side of time. My chest tightened with a strange mix of dread and fascination. I returned to the main studio, flipping on every light I could. The overhead bulbs cast a weak glow, making the dust in the air visible. The generator rumbled, vibrating the floor slightly. I went back to the microphone and called out, "Claire, can you hear me?" Static hissed. Then I heard her voice again, faint. "Yes. Is the fire gone? Did they put it out?" She sounded afraid. I stammered, "The fire happened a long time ago. The station is empty now. You shouldn't be here." I felt a wave of cold wash over me. I noticed my arms were covered in goosebumps, despite the room not being that cold physically. Claire's voice trembled. She asked about her co-workers, naming people I'd read about in the article. I didn't know what to say. My heart pounded. I muttered, They didn't make it." The static rose, and I thought I heard a faint sob. I felt my throat tighten. Then her voice steadied. "I need help. We're stuck in the air." The phrase made no sense to me. My hands shook, and I glanced around, half expecting to see someone. The overhead lights flickered. Suddenly, the broadcast cut out. The speakers popped with static. The entire console blinked, meters jumping randomly. I smelled something burning like old wiring. I tried turning the knobs, but they were unresponsive. Then, just as quickly, the console stabilized, and the microphone picked up a faint hiss. Claire's voice was gone. I stood there, panting, unsure what to do next. After a few minutes, I decided to record everything on my phone to have some evidence. I switched on my phone's voice recorder, introduced myself, and repeated what had happened. I asked if Claire or anyone else could respond. Nothing came through but faint static. I powered off the generator, fearing an electrical short might start a real fire. The sudden silence felt unsettling. I grabbed the newspaper clippings and left, locking the studio door behind me. My heart pounded all the way down the stairs. Outside, the daylight seemed too bright. I walked to my car with shaky legs. Once I got home, I tried playing the audio on my phone. It was mostly static. My voice was audible, but Claire's wasn't. I felt frustration and a jolt of fear. It meant I had no proof, yet I knew what I'd heard. My body still hummed with adrenaline. Over the next day or two, I kept thinking I should return and investigate more, but my nerves felt raw. I had nightmares about being trapped in a burning studio, hearing faint calls for help through the speakers. I decided to push through my fear and go back, hoping I could at least gather better recordings or see if the equipment still worked. When I arrived, I discovered a padlock on the building's door, as if someone had sealed it overnight. Maybe the city had noticed the open entrance. I found a back way in, prying a window open on the first floor. The interior was dim and musty as before, but the entire third floor felt different when I got there. The hallway leading to the studio was colder. My footsteps echoed in the silence. When I reached the studio, I saw that the door was slightly ajar, but inside, the equipment looked ruined. The mixing console was blackened, as if it had been burned. The microphones were rusted and melted in places. Wires hung from the ceiling, snapped and curled. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was as if the entire room had undergone a fire long ago, yet I'd seen it nearly intact just days prior. Dust swirled around my ankles. I touched the console gently, and a piece of charred metal broke off. My pulse spiked. Nothing was salvageable. I tried hooking the generator up again, just to confirm. The cables were so damaged that it was pointless. All the once functional switches looked melted or fused. I recognized the same brand of mixing console, the same arrangement of turntables, but everything was in a state of decay. My heart hammered as I realized there was no chance I could replicate that broadcast. It was like the station had reverted to the condition it should have been in after the 1943 fire. I stood there, feeling helpless. A faint smell of burnt wood lingered, though it could have been my imagination. Finally, I walked out, feeling numb and disoriented. I had no solid proof of what I'd experienced. I only had my own memories, a few blurred static recordings, and some newspaper clippings that matched the events. I decided not to talk about it to many people. Even my friends who knew I was into old radio equipment would never believe I'd spoken to a voice from 1943. They'd assume I was spinning a story or playing a prank. Sometimes, late at night, I replay those moments in my mind. The faint hiss of static, Claire's anxious voice asking about the fire, and the sense of a presence stuck in time. I wonder if that station really existed in two states, partly destroyed in our reality, partly alive in some loop from the past. I can't explain it. I only know that once, for a few brief minutes, I made contact with something beyond normal understanding. When people ask about strange experiences, I mention a few small stories but avoid telling this one. It's too strange, too personal. To this day, the building remains boarded up, and most of it is set for demolition. Some local rumors say that if you manage to power the old studio at midnight, you'll hear a faint broadcast from 1943, still cycling through its final moments. I haven't tried again. I can't shake the guilt I felt leaving Claire behind, even though she was gone long before I was born. That sense of hearing a desperate call from someone who died in a fire decades ago still makes my stomach twist. I suppose I'll carry that memory for the rest of my life, along with a lingering question. Was that voice truly stuck in the air, waiting for a response that could never change the past? I arrived in Providence on a crisp morning, feeling a hint of unease before I even set eyes on the Bleecker mansion. I had been hired as a historian to catalog family documents, something I've done many times before. But from the start, something about the Bleecker place seemed off. The house stood 3 stories high, its exterior painted a dark shade of gray. Tall windows looked out onto the street with an almost watchful presence. The roof was steep, with Gothic spires, I remember gripping my suitcase tightly as I approached the large wooden door. Inside, the entrance hall felt dim, even though the windows were unobstructed. Lamps lined the walls, but most were turned off. My employer, a local historian named Ms. Wheeler, had told me I would have the mansion mostly to myself while I worked. She'd left a note on a small table in the hall, welcoming me and explaining where I could find the archives. The note also mentioned that the caretaker, a man named Mr. Green, would stop by once a day to check on me, but otherwise I was free to move around. I set my suitcase down and took a quick look around. The floor was polished wood, and my footsteps echoed. A wide staircase curved up to the second floor. Down a side corridor, I noticed heavy double doors that seemed to lead to a main salon or living room. The smell of old varnish and dust lingered in the air. I felt a twinge of anxiety. I told myself I'd been in many old houses, and this was no different. After I dropped my belongings in the small guest room Ms. Wheeler had arranged, I went straight to the mansion's library on the second floor. My task was to sift through the Bleecker family's papers, letters, diaries, property records, and catalog them for an upcoming historical exhibit. The library itself looked impressive at first glance. Walls lined with leather-bound books, a massive mahogany desk near the window, and a fireplace covered in soot. I started by organizing the stacks of documents laid out on a side table. Within the first day, I kept noticing references to a secret study or hidden room in notes from the 1800s. Most were vague, but they linked to Henry Bleecker, the mansion's long-deceased patriarch. Some letters mentioned his obsession with alchemy or immortality rituals. Others hinted at gatherings that took place in a concealed space within the house. I jotted down these details, thinking it might be local legend or just idle rumors. Still, my curiosity grew. While sorting the documents, I felt like I was being watched. Occasionally, I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see someone in the doorway, but the hall was always empty. At one point, I noticed a large oil painting of a stern-looking man in old-fashioned clothing. The plaque underneath read, Henry Bleecker, 1742-1801. His eyes in the painting seemed to follow me around the room. Whenever I moved, it felt like the gaze shifted slightly. It unnerved me so much that I tried to avoid looking at it. That evening, I explored the ground floor. The main salon was furnished with antique chairs and a piano draped in a dusty cloth. A portrait of Henry Bleecker hung over the fireplace there as well, a different painting but just as unsettling. The air smelled stale. I flicked on a few lamps, revealing cobwebs in the corners. As I turned to leave, I heard a soft creak overhead. I froze, ears straining. It sounded like footsteps crossing the room above. I remembered that the second floor was supposed to be empty. My pulse quickened. I waited, but the sound stopped. I went up to check, walking each corridor, but found nobody. That night, I tried to sleep in the guest room, which was small but functional. The old bed creaked each time I moved. Around midnight, I heard faint footsteps again in the hallway. At first, I assumed it was Mr. Green, but I recalled he only visited in the morning. My skin prickled. I climbed out of bed quietly and pressed my ear to the door. The footsteps paused, then continued. I gathered my courage, opened the door a crack, and peeked into the corridor. It was dark except for a single lamp at the far end. I saw no one, but I sensed a presence. I closed the door and locked it, my heart pounding. Eventually, the footsteps faded, and I managed to fall asleep after a long hour of staring at the ceiling. The next morning, Mr. Green arrived to check on the house. He was a quiet, middle-aged man, dressed in worn overalls. I asked him if anyone else had stayed in the mansion overnight. He shook his head. When I mentioned footsteps, He gave me an uncomfortable look, then mumbled something about old floors and quickly changed the subject. He left soon after. Over the next few days, I kept reading about Henry Bleeker's experiments and his fascination with hidden rooms. I discovered a partial blueprint among the documents, showing a small chamber behind what seemed like the library wall, but it ended abruptly. Several references stated that Henry believed he could cheat death through certain rituals. A family journal mentioned a locked room on the upper floor where members of the household were forbidden to enter. Late one afternoon, I passed by a locked door off the main corridor on the second floor. I tried the handle, but it wouldn't budge. I remembered that Ms. Wheeler had only given me a few keys. None matched this door. My curiosity flared. I carefully examined the frame. I ran my hand along the wood, noting scratches near the lock. It looked like someone had tried to force it open at some point in the past. That evening, after dinner, I sat in the library with a small lamp, going through more records. Outside, rain began to pour, rattling the windows. The shadows in the corners grew darker. The painting of Henry Bleeker loomed behind me. At one point, I thought I heard a whisper, but it could have been the wind. My nerves felt frayed. I stood to stretch my legs. The moment I did, I felt a draft at my back, like a breeze passing by in an enclosed room. I spun around, seeing nothing. Then the lamp flickered. My reflection in the window showed me standing tense, eyes wide. I took a few deep breaths and forced myself to focus on the papers again. A half hour later, I noticed that part of the bookshelf on the far wall seemed misaligned. The shelves were arranged in a pattern, but one vertical seam looked slightly larger. I approached, running my fingers along the wood. I felt a small gap. With a gentle push, the section clicked inward. My pulse jumped. The shelf swung open a few inches, revealing a narrow passage. I hesitated. Every instinct told me it was the hidden room I'd read about. My hands felt clammy, but I couldn't resist. I pushed the shelf fully open and stepped through. Inside, I found a short corridor lit only by the glow from the library behind me. The walls were unfinished wood, and the air smelled stale, like it hadn't moved in years. At the end of the passage was a small chamber. I took a few cautious steps, my heart pounding. A rickety table stood in the corner, covered in melted wax and old papers. On the wall hung a large mirror, its surface tarnished. The mirror's frame had odd symbols carved into it. I raised my lamp to see better. My reflection looked distorted in the grimy glass. Then I thought I saw a second figure in the mirror, tall, dressed in old-fashioned clothes, standing behind me. I jerked around, but no one was there. My breathing grew rapid. The sense of being watched overwhelmed me. I backed away from the mirror. I glanced at the old papers on the table. Some looked like ritual instructions, with references to summoning or extending life. I felt a wave of dread. I flipped one page to see Henry Bleeker's signature. My chest tightened. The air felt suffocating. The lamp flickered again. The mirror's surface seemed to waver, like something moved inside it. I turned, ready to bolt. As I did, I heard a soft whisper of laughter, or maybe it was just the squeak of the floor. I couldn't tell. I hurried back through the passage into the library, forcing the panel shut behind me. My hands shook so badly I almost dropped the lamp. After that, I decided I'd had enough for one night. I rushed upstairs to my room, locked the door, and lay in bed fully clothed, listening to the storm outside. I couldn't sleep. Images of that figure in the mirror and the strange symbols on the frame replayed in my mind. Around 3 a.m., I startled awake to the sound of footsteps in the corridor again. They stopped right outside my door. My entire body tensed. I whispered, "Who's there?" No response. A moment later, the footsteps retreated. I felt tears prick the corners of my eyes. I didn't understand why I was so frightened, but I couldn't help it. In the morning, I tried to act normal. I ate a quick breakfast in the mansion's small kitchen area and then headed to the library to pack up the documents I had already cataloged. I was determined to finish quickly so I could leave. As I sorted through my notes, I saw the painting of Henry again. This time, the expression on his face seemed almost mocking. My stomach twisted. I slammed my folder shut and avoided looking at it. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the painting. It appeared different somehow. The mouth looked slightly curved, like a smirk, even though I knew that was impossible. My heart pounded, and I decided I couldn't stay another night. When Mr. Green arrived for his daily check, I told him I'd finished early and needed to go. He didn't seem surprised. He quietly helped me carry some boxes to my car. As we walked back inside for a final load, I caught him glancing at the library door with an uneasy expression. I asked if he knew about a hidden room. He looked away, cleared his throat, and muttered that the house had many oddities, but that Miss Wheeler preferred they not be discussed. I decided not to press him. I left that afternoon with my boxes of notes and documents. I never went back inside the hidden chamber. I never tested that locked door on the second floor again. Ms. Wheeler called me a few days later, asking how the project went. I gave a neutral answer. I had cataloged enough papers to meet her needs. I didn't mention the mirror or the strange presence in the corridors. Sometimes I wonder if Henry Bleeker's obsession with transcending death actually anchored him to that mansion in some way. I can't forget the feeling of being watched or the flicker in that mirror. I still have nightmares about a tall figure lurking just out of sight, behind me in dark hallways. I've done archival work at many historical homes, but none unsettled me the way the Bleeker mansion did. Even now, I think about that painting, how its expression seemed to shift when I wasn't looking. I remind myself that old houses make noises, that paintings don't really change, but something in me can't let it go. I don't plan to return there. As far as I know, the Bleeker mansion remains as it was, large and looming in the heart of Providence. If anyone asks about it, I say it's an interesting historical site, full of unique documents, but I don't tell them about the footsteps or the hidden chamber behind the bookshelf, and I definitely don't mention the mirror. Some things are better left alone. If Henry Bleeker never truly left that place, I don't want to cross his path again. I started working night shifts at a small bakery in Asheville about 6 months ago. My job was to do early morning deliveries to a few local cafes. To avoid traffic, I would park behind the bakery, load my van, and walk through a narrow alley to reach the main street where I kept my personal car. The alley was old, with tall brick walls on both sides. During the day, it felt cramped but harmless. At night, it felt different, darker, quieter, and somehow too enclosed. On my first few shifts, I only noticed the alley's stale smell and the sound of dripping water coming from somewhere. After a while, I grew comfortable with it. It was just a path to the main road, a quick walk, nothing more. Then one night, I heard an extra set of footsteps behind me. I stopped. The sound continued for maybe 2 more steps, then went silent. I felt my breath catch. I glanced around, but no one was there. The building lights were dim. The bricks seemed to soak up any leftover light. I told myself I was imagining things. The next night, the same thing happened. I walked halfway down the alley with a stack of boxes in my arms, and I heard a second set of footsteps. They matched my pace, as if someone was following me. When I stopped, they continued for 1 or 2 more beats, then stopped. I spun around fast, expecting some stranger behind me. The alley was empty. My arms and shoulders felt tense. I hurried to the main street and hopped into my car. My skin felt prickly. I tried to shrug it off, but my heart pounded for a while. Over the next week, the phenomenon repeated. Every time I walked through that alley with my delivery boxes, I heard footsteps behind me. They always seemed to lag by a fraction of a second, like an echo. I started wearing sneakers with quieter soles, thinking maybe I was hearing my own steps. But it didn't help. The extra footsteps persisted. Some nights they were faint, other nights more pronounced. When I told a coworker, he jokingly suggested the alley was haunted. I laughed it off, even though deep down I felt uneasy. One morning around 3 a.m., I decided to record what was happening on my phone. I held my phone out while I walked, trying to capture both video and audio. The alley was dimly lit, so the video only showed murky outlines of the walls. I reached the main street and stopped. I replayed the recording. The video showed the alley, my own shadow, and not much else. But the audio was clear. There was a distinct second set of footsteps behind my own. They echoed with a slight delay. It sent a chill down my back. When I showed it to the same coworker later, he looked uncomfortable. He couldn't offer an explanation, but said it might be some weird sound effect from the echo between the walls. I tried not to make a big deal out of it, but each night I felt more tension. I'd step into the alley, and my neck muscles would tighten. I'd hold my breath, waiting to hear those steps, and sure enough, they came. Step by step, always trailing me. It made me walk faster, sometimes nearly running. I started to sweat even if the air was cold. Once or twice, I thought I heard a slight shuffle when I stopped. It was as if the presence behind me took an extra step. But whenever I spun around, nothing was there. I told the bakery owner. He gave me a polite nod and said, maybe the building layout caused echoes. He suggested delivering during daytime hours if it bothered me. But the bakery needed fresh pastries at dawn, and I was the only night person available. I didn't want to lose my job, so I stuck with it. Still, I wanted answers. I asked around the neighborhood about the alley. A few people shrugged. One older resident said a man disappeared there decades ago, and some locals repeated an urban legend about footsteps. But no one took it seriously. Determined to figure this out, I brought a friend along one night. We walked side by side, carrying boxes. I told her to listen carefully. We entered the alley. I heard the extra footsteps almost immediately, but she said she only heard our own steps. I stopped and asked if she heard anything else. She shook her head. My heart pounded. I wondered if I was losing my mind. We reached the main road without any incident from her perspective, but I could still hear that delayed echo the entire time. I asked her to stand at the mouth of the alley while I walked alone. She stayed still and listened. I paced back and forth, trying to replicate the sound. Every single time I heard the extra steps, yet she insisted she only heard me. She looked concerned, but she said maybe it was my own imagination. I felt embarrassed, but also unsettled because I knew it was real to me. We left it at that. For the next few nights, I kept experiencing the same phenomenon. Each time I entered the alley, my heartbeat sped up. My palms got sweaty. I tried listening closely to see if I could pick out any nuances in the footsteps. Sometimes they sounded like sneakers, other times they sounded a bit heavier. No matter how I changed my own pace, the echo persisted. I recorded more audio. In each clip, I heard two distinct sets of footfalls, mine and the delayed set. But no camera, no friend, no coworker ever confirmed it in person except by hearing the recorded audio. One evening, I decided to walk backward through the alley. I reasoned that if someone was behind me, I might catch them off guard by facing them. It was awkward carrying boxes that way, but I tried it for the sake of clarity. I stared down the alley the entire time. The walls were dark and blank. I moved slowly, my feet shuffling. Once again, I heard the extra steps, but there was nothing visible behind me. The sound didn't stop. My arms trembled under the weight of the boxes. I turned around midway, almost dropping everything. The footsteps paused. Then I heard 2 quick steps, as if something caught up, and all went silent. I ran out into the street, my heart racing. I sat in my car for a long time, feeling shaken. The next day, the bakery owner and I had a frank conversation. I explained that the alley was affecting my concentration. He said I could take my boxes out the front way. It was a longer route to get to my car, but it wouldn't require me to enter that cramped alley at night. I felt relieved. I changed my routine, and for about a week, I avoided the alley completely. I used the front exit, walked around the block, and never heard any phantom footsteps. But one night, I forgot my key in the bakery's back office. I had to go in through the alley door to retrieve it. It was nearly 2 a.m., and I was alone. I hesitated at the mouth of the alley. The air felt thick. I could hear my own breath. My scalp tingled. I told myself to be quick, so I walked briskly down the alley. The footsteps returned right away, trailing me. My chest felt tight, and my legs tensed. I wanted to run, but something inside me told me to stop instead of fleeing. I stopped near the middle of the alley. The footsteps continued for a moment, then halted. Everything went silent. I stood there, forcing myself to remain still. I could feel the pounding in my ears. After a few seconds, I heard slow, deliberate steps approaching from behind me. My stomach turned. I clenched my fists. I felt a cold gust pass close to my shoulder. Then the footsteps stopped right next to me. The air felt icy, as if something was hovering there. I didn't dare turn my head. My body shook. After a few seconds, the air seemed to shift. I heard one last step behind me. Then silence. I rushed forward, found the door, grabbed my key, and locked up as fast as I could. I could hardly breathe. I sprinted around the block, got in my car, and drove home. My nerves were shot. I barely slept, tossing and turning. My mind replayed the feeling of that cold presence near me. I knew I couldn't keep doing this job if it meant enduring that alley every night. The next day, I gave notice. I told the bakery owner I couldn't work the night shift anymore. He understood, though he looked disappointed. I didn't mention the details, only that I felt unsafe. On my final shift, I stuck to the front exit. I avoided the alley completely. I haven't been back since. If I'm downtown, I walk an extra block to avoid that narrow passage. I still have the audio clips on my phone. Sometimes I play them for people who are curious. Most just say it's an echo or some weird resonance. But no one can explain why only I seemed to hear it in person, while others didn't. I don't bother looking for further explanations. I've moved on to a daytime job at another bakery. Life is calmer now. I feel safer walking around Asheville in daylight, and I no longer jump at every little sound. Still, whenever I recall that final night, I remember the coldness on my shoulder and the slow steps that approached me from behind. It wasn't just a trick of acoustics. Something was there, following me. I can't say if it was a spirit or some echo of the past, but it felt real. I haven't set foot in that alley since, and I have no plan to do so again. If someone else wants to investigate or record strange sounds, they're free to try. I'm done with that place. I prefer not to tempt whatever lingers there. That's all there is to my story. I heard echoes of footsteps that nobody else could confirm in person. I felt a presence breathing down my neck. I experienced an alley that refused to let me walk in peace. Now I stick to daylight routes and well-lit streets. I don't need another brush with the unknown. I'll keep the memory locked away, just like I keep those old recordings on my phone. As far as I'm concerned, the echoes in that alley can stay there forever, and I hope never to hear them again.